by. Evidence you can't defy. The data don't lie, people do. In the matrix beyond the eye, hard truth that's flying by. Evidence you can't defy. The data don't lie, people do.
Hello everyone, how are we? Short intro today. A little bit of conversation going on in the chat already. I usually am running late, so I'm a little early today and had time to even chat with you in the chat. Go me. All right, let's work out what we're doing. I had a couple of different things to talk about. There's catch-ups with the Karen Reid case. There's all sorts of shit going on there. Namely an article that was published, which is causing a bit of shit stir. And I have to remember tomorrow not to say any words like that. Hello, older than debt. Tomorrow we have to be family friendly. Let me do a quick run through and say hello to everybody. To everybody in the house. Matt, thanks for joining us. Supermod. Shelley. Sorry, Michelle. Supermod. Shouting you all out this morning. Who else have we got? Big Pork Chop. How's it going? The big pork chop, not the little pork chop. I think I got that right. Mark is in the house. So Mark Nemke. I'm not sure if I'm saying that right, or Nemke. I don't know how to say your name. Mark is the brilliant person who hello trauma llama and got milk for me. Mark's a brilliant person who created the Legally Mime website and now the Legally Lime website. So I'll have a look at those today. Hello, Sammy. Haven't seen you in a long time. I'm glad you caught me live too. I got it, Nemke. All right. So self-driver, hello. How's it going? Goldfish, how you doing, buddy? Haven't seen you in ages. Well, last stream, but we generally catch up more often on Discord. I have not had time to scratch my butt. So if people are missing me on Discord, I apologize. I've been busy. I've been building shit. I'm building an app for forensic work. I'm building HTML code for demonstrations, like for tomorrow, for example. And I'm building the drawings for my house. I had to start from scratch for a revamp of my drawings. And that's being held up at the moment because I've been waiting on a delivery of some doors since it's been a month now. It arrived in Australia a month ago. So this is the price we pay for importing things. Originally, I could have bought all these 3 massive big glass argon filled glass doors in Australia for, I don't know, $20,000, some ridiculous amount. So I ordered them from overseas with the Australian sort of standards and everything on them. And I paid a lot less for it, but this is the screw around, right? You got to wait for all the shit to happen. So I can't finalize my drawings with the actual measurements of my doors and headers and all the woo without having those here to measure them properly. They should match the measurements that I ordered, but you never know. So that's what's going on with the house plans, waiting for all the glass to arrive. I don't know that I'm going to be so lucky with the windows, but we'll see. We'll see how we go with the windows at this stage. I don't know what to do about the windows. They didn't fit in this particular order, so I might be ordering those from Australia. And they'll be like just 10 grand on their own, unless I can actually get the size that I want. But anyway, for the mods, Shelley, I'm sorry, I did it, and I usually keep that for like typing something really short instead of the whole Michelle Smith Queensland. But I apologise, not allowed to call you that. Credit is not mine for the work on the WAV files. Okay. I'll make sure we credit the right people when we get to it. So you'll probably hear a bit of clanging and banging outside because I believe the landlord's doing something out there. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but heads up if you hear clanging and banging, that's what's going on. All right. Let's get into some gossip. Let me see. Let's put you up here so I can switch this around. So I'm running a Rumble stream as well. Let me go check the Rumble stream is working. I haven't done a Rumble stream. I haven't done a dual stream with Rumble yet. It's my first time doing that, so let me just go check. How does this work again? Content. Live streaming. Oh, look, we're live streaming. Okay, cool. Cool. So that's working. Hey, and we have a guest. Let me get the guest up. Hello, how's it going?
Hello.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, I'm glad to be here.
For those who don't know, the Pun King is who we will be having on as a guest for tomorrow's stream when we go over our breaking news story. What do I call you? King? Pun? What do I call you?
Just don't call me late for dinner. Most people just shorten it to Pun.
Okay, Pun. You can call me Mez because it's easier than saying our whole names every time. So everyone calls me Mez at home. It's my nickname, has been since ever I first got on the internet. So feel free to use Mez. It's hard to remember, but a lot harder to say the whole name, right?
Well, if I forget it, then something will be amiss.
Cool. I have a shocking memory, so heads up there. All right, so I am testing the Rumble streaming right now. So
Awesome.
It looks like it's working. I don't know because I'm not actually watching that stream, but hello, dual screen, and who else have I missed? Aussie, oi, oi, oi. Sammy, if I haven't said hello to you already, I think we got everybody else. So what's happening in your neck of the woods, Pun?
Well, just real quick, your Rumble is working.
Oh, nice.
Rumble is awesome. Welcome to Rumble. But yeah, I have been behind on a lot of this reckless spend stuff over the past few days. So I've been spending just the weekend and today catching up. And so much more is happening. It's crazy.
Right. I'm still catching up with what happened last week. I haven't even caught up with what's going on this week. What did you discover?
Well, so the big thing today is they filed a motion to extend so that Reckless Ben and Victor's defend as defendants. So they're extended to September 2nd, I think. But everybody was expecting them to file counterclaims.
Is this the
And
civil case or the hang on, this the federal case?
this is a civil case that got moved to federal court.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and there was, and Barbecue Counselor did some analysis on this. I saw another, is it America's Attorney, I think was the other one, did some commentary. And what they're saying is, since everybody expected them to file something else, but he filed an extension instead, that it's like, oh, well, maybe this means that either the defendants aren't working in lockstep anymore, or it means that they're getting ready, or that the settlement talks are going well. And I don't know what any of that means, honestly, but I guess it sounds good.
Right. I have a feeling they're going to extend because we are coming out with a lot of stuff they're going to want to use in these cases. So it could be that, the last stream that I did was like, Ben's lawyers need to pay attention to this shit.
Yeah.
Sorry, we're not streaming to your channel, and I'm going to try to not swear on your channel tomorrow night and try and make it family friendly.
Yeah, and I apologize. I was trying to set up my restream and I couldn't get it to work. I logged in, but then it immediately logged me out. So I will get that figured out. But right now I'm in as a guest.
Right, it's working as a guest. That's a good start. So the problem is, the only problem I've had with Restream is a bit of a weird audio thing, which I thought was my laptop at some stage. Sometimes my audio goes weird and makes a noise instead of my voice. But if it's easier for you, we can switch to Restream just for that one stream tomorrow if you like.
No, whatever you've got working is probably best, because if any technical issues I have is not a huge deal. So whatever works best for you.
Right, because you're a little bit of a tech head yourself, so you know how to work this stuff out, don't you?
Yeah, when I play D&D, I'm usually the one helping everybody get their stuff set up. So.
Right. So am I usually. I had a completely what would you call it? It was so off-putting. I had a completely bad moment about 2 years ago. I was trying to buy a shipping container, and this local company that ships like big machinery here to Australia in shipping containers was flogging off a bunch of shipping containers. And I was like, yeah, I'll have one of those. Sent them $10,000, and it wasn't that company. They were just pretending to be that company. And I did all the checks. I looked up their business number and all their details. I did the homework, but it wasn't that company. So I got ripped off for like $10,000. So,
awesome.
That was a blow to my whole, I'm supposed to be the one that helps everyone else, like, not get scammed. And yet I'm getting scammed. So it was a bit of a blow to my confidence. So yeah, usually people are coming to me and asking me, how do I do this and how do I do that? These days, like, I tone it down a little bit because anyone can get scammed, including me.
Well, there's that meme that's been going around of don't shoot. I know tech support, and they're like, okay, fix my computer, and he's like, okay, never mind, shoot.
Yeah, I don't claim to be tech support at all, but I do try to help people with, tricks that I learned along the way. So right now, what I would like to tell everybody in my chat is, if you have an X account and you have a device with fingerprint or face recognition, I would switch your X login to that style of login, because there's a lot of people getting their accounts taken over by Bitcoin hackers. Generally, you have to do something silly to end up being taken over by a Bitcoin hacker, like click on a link in DMs or something along those lines. But if you switch your account over to biometrics, either face or fingerprint, it doesn't matter if you accidentally click a link, because they still don't have your face or your fingerprint at their end. So that's my advice. We have sorry.
Anyone who can't do that, at least turn on multi-factor. I think I posted that once. I'd put the steps to do that.
Well, they're
But
even
yeah.
getting past 2FA right now. They're even hacking that right now. So whatever
Yeah.
the link is they're sending in DM to get you to click on it, whatever that link is like a fake login. It makes you log into your X account, and so they're scraping that, I think.
Oh,
And so they're still getting 2FA. They're still getting by 2FA. So
wow.
that's why I decided to switch to fingerprint, because I've got it on, all my devices either have a fingerprint key or, well, I'm just using fingerprint basically. I don't use 2FA because, facial recognition. For some reason, when I wake up in the morning, facial recognition doesn't recognize me. It's like, morning face. Nope, don't know who you are. So I'm sticking with fingerprint because, they don't have a morning face.
Yep. For the longest time, I was doing fingerprint for a lot of stuff, but I only had one hand set up for it. And I would always end up in this like really annoying situation where I'm like holding paperwork, or like I'm doing work and I can't get my phone in that hand.
Right.
So I ended up finally getting it up, but I was worried. I like didn't want, I don't know. I just felt like if I set it up for my whole hand, then somebody will figure out how to get in. I don't know. I guess I was being paranoid. What if I lose that finger?
Right. I have mine set up to recognize both hands. You just got to keep pressing with both hands, and it records all of them. Well, I don't know. That's on a Mac. I haven't actually tested that theory on my mobile phone because it's in a case and the fingerprint's only on one side anyway. So
I've never had luck with those ones that try to scan it from the touch screen. Only the ones that have the actual fingerprint scanners. I don't know how common those are, but I've had like computers that have had them on the touchpad, and I could just never get them to work.
So I've got a key on my keyboard for my Mac. I've got a key on there that's a fingerprint scanner, and is that what you're talking about? You can't get those to work?
No, there are some where the actual mouse, like the 5-touch mouse pad, will have a section that is supposed to be the scanner.
Yeah, right.
I've never had luck with those. Only the actual dedicated scanners, or those little metal scanners that they're usually like on the bottom right of the laptops.
Right. So I must have a newer laptop that doesn't have it that way. It's actually a key on the keyboard next to F12. So there you go, guys. You're learning all about the different types of ways to put your fingerprints in.
Is that on a Mac? Is that the key that has its own little monitor on it that can show you stuff?
No.
Okay, that one always confused me because it's like, oh, wait, it's a different key now. What happened?
Right. No, it is a newer model Mac, but it's not new. Like I think we're up to M2 now in the Mac, so I'm on an M1 Mac. Mark, yes, it is for members only, because I don't do member streams, or I like everyone to be able to see what I'm putting out there. Then the Discord is that little treat for the members, so they can speak to me directly on Discord. Every so often, it probably hasn't happened for like a year now. Every so often I will do a little members only yip yap on the Discord server as well. So, and everyone can come in and talk to me, but it's also part of rewarding the members, giving them something that they're paying for. But so I don't have to put a email address out there for people to contact me. If you want to contact me, you just go through the memberships and grab the Discord and send me a DM. So, because I'm useless at remembering 100 different passwords. And so I don't want different emails for different things. I just use the Discord. It's one password then. So how many people in my Discord? Do we get a count? Let me go have a look. Let me go have a squizzy.
There's definitely a way to see it. This one I always struggle. I think it's somewhere near the list of members.
Somewhere near the list. Oh yeah, okay. Plus the online, so about 65. I've got about 65 members in Discord. Actually, you can -2 because my brother keeps forgetting his password, so he's probably got like 5 accounts in there. It's a good idea to have it set up that way. Yes, it saves me doing emails. So 64 says Pet Goldfish. There you go. Okay, so if you need to send me messages or keep me updated on anything, do it in Discord. So one of the issues that we have is like I've got 20K followers now or subscribers now. And what happens when you put an email out is that 10,000 subscribers will send you the same information. Did you see blah, blah, did blah, blah. And I can't get through my daily emails, let alone all that on top of it. So so that's why I decided to do it in the Discord, because then I can send a message to everyone going, yes, thank you, I got that bit of news 65 times. All right, so the other thing to notice too is that what was I going to say about, oh, that's right, with the YouTube memberships, they're switching it up on us. I think it happened on the 1st of August. So I haven't actually looked closely at what the change was, but I think it's just a exchange rate change, because in Australia our dollar is like billions of your $1. No, it's just different exchange rate. So all right, since we don't have anyone chatting on the restream, I'm going to take the chat off the screen now. That is the point of putting it on the screen. I'll probably put it in between us for the stream tomorrow, pun.
Okay.
So that we can see all of our chats combined in the on the screen.
It is a lot of fun when people are on different platforms talking to each other, because they have to wait for it to pop onto the screen. It makes it pretty lively.
Right. And Restream doesn't combine them into the chat window here. And I don't think YouTube combines them either. So so I'll just put it on the screen in between us tomorrow, so that we can see whose chats are coming from where. All right, let's talk about let me change this screen and I'll share it with, I can't remember the dude's name. I need to look. Maddie Appleseed had a very interesting take on the BAM map site. So I have been tracking where the hell everything is. But I feel I've actually stopped doing that now, because I feel confident that the BAM map are doing this way better than I could. So generally I only do that I'll only redo someone else's work if I think I can do it better. This is one of those cases where I think they're doing a fine job without me intervening. So let's switch to Maddie Appleseed.
I had a kind of crisis of conscience because yes, everybody for a long time have taken an article and read it on air. That's a thing that people do, but I've always like just not liked doing that. But the BAM map's a little bit different because it's like it's asking for people to read it. So
Right.
I did for a little bit. I would just read it with a funny voice. I've thought about like, okay, I'll just stop the shtick and I'll just read it for real. So I might actually start doing that.
Right, that's what they want us to do with it. It's information for us to share. So my only issue with the BAM map is I can't keep up with it. Because as we were discussing in the chat before I hit the live button, I'm trying to redo all my building drawings to build my house. I'm trying to order all the stuff I need for my house, windows and doors and air conditioners and all sorts of shit. And then on top of that, trying to keep up with the YouTube stuff, plus I'm writing an app. And then the demonstrations I want to do, I'm writing more code for those. I'm just too busy to keep up with. There's a lot on there. The BAM site is so comprehensive. And my brain hurts every time I open it.
Yeah, and one of the unfortunate things is a lot of the information is coming in through videos. And so I do try to put a summary so that people can at least like they can go onto my Twitter feed and look at, okay, well, here's some text summary. So if I don't have time to go watch the videos, here's something. But there's still so much. Like Sheldon did a stream and it had some cool stuff in it, but all I could do is like summarize like 2 sentences and move on because it's just there is so much information out there.
Right. Yeah, and a lot of the data analytics that the BAM map is doing is over a lot of people's heads as well. So you and I might read it and we get what's going on, but a lot of other people are reading it and going, yet no idea what you just said there. No idea what that's got to do with anything. But one of the things, I pulled up the 3rd U-Haul update and I was like, I still haven't even caught up with the 1st U-Haul. Where the hell that went? Why are we talking about the 3rd U-Haul? But now it makes sense because it matches other stuff that's going on. So hello, Barbecue Council. Thank you so much for joining us. I never thought I'd see Karen Reid and Reckless Ben in one live stream. Dude, I've been doing them ever since Reckless Ben started. I've been trying to do half Karen Reid and half Reckless Ben together because YouTube is it's a dick. Excuse the French. It's being terrible to my streams because I do Karen Reid content usually, or have, just because that was the going case at the time. It's got me stuck in that corner where I only can do Karen Reid stuff and it will, put it out there in front of the audience. As soon as I started doing the Reckless Ben stuff, it's not putting it out there. So now I'm going to try and put both together into my titles and streams so that the YouTube algorithm cooperates.
Well, if barbecue's here, we get to beat him to the scoop on something. So it looks like the extensions just got granted. I say just. I don't know how long it's been. This could have been up there for an hour. But in the civil case, the BAM versus Reckless Ben case, all those extensions got granted.
Right. Hello, Rose. Thanks for joining us. I got to catch up. What did Rose say? Rose got a membership. Thank you, Michelle. I did it again. Who else have we got here that I haven't said? Stan. Hey, Stan. How's it going? Barbecue says, I'm the exact opposite. My Karen Reid stuff gets few views and my Ben stuff gets... Right. It's the dang algorithm. Right? It's not you and it's not me. It's the algorithm. All right.
I didn't see him. He beat me to it. See, what you got to do, barbecue, is get a clever pun. You got to call it Karen Reid Brimhall and then just confuse the algorithm.
Karen Reed Snyder. I haven't actually seen any of your Karen Reed stuff, Barbecue Counselor. Now you got me interested. I've seen nearly all of your legal commentary on the reckless spend now. So drive safe, Rose. Rose is heading home. What's wrong? What's Michelle crying about? She can't access the websites? I'm going to put them up anyway, Shell, so don't stress. I'm going to share them. All right, so first of all, let's do this one. Let's get this on big screen. Let me see what you guys are seeing. Yep, cool. Nobody watched it. That's the problem. Exactly. I'm having the same problem. You're getting probably tons of views on the Reckless Ben stuff, and I can't even get 300 views on that. So let me drop the chat off there, so that's not happening. As long as the haters don't get them. Exactly, Michelle. So, all right, let's have a listen to this, because I was going to try and break down what this was about, but I just felt that what's his name again? Matty Appleseed did a way better job. And I just want to point out, he's using my slogan there. Not that I think he even knows I exist, but I just wanted to shout him out, because the data doesn't lie, right, guys?
I also think Brent Spiner is pretty honest.
Who's, sorry?
That's the actor who plays Data on Star Trek.
Oh, right. Gotcha. You're on a bike. Well, bike safely. That could be just as dangerous, Rosie. All right, so oh, that's what she's pulling her face again. Yeah, I'm sorry. I won't call you that anymore, Michelle. Supermod, because Kevy's not in the house to argue with. You can just be Supermod, okay? Along with Maddie, and I'm sure I had others. All right, let's go. Let's listen to what Mr. Appleseed has to say, because I felt like he broke this down very cleanly. And if you want me to stop the video to make any comments, pun, just say so and I will, okay?
The photos on the left were taken.
Sorry?
I will try. I will have to run in just a couple minutes here, but I'll stick around and I'll let you know.
Yeah. If you've got to go, I'll just hold it off and we'll say our hoorays. I knew you were only going to drop in very quickly, so thank you so much for dropping in. For those who are wondering, we hadn't actually met. We've talked a lot on X. This is our first meeting today, but we were getting into major details tomorrow. We found some things that nobody's seen before in our little exploration, so we're going to have fun with that tomorrow with the Pun King.
Yeah, it's not just tech talk. It's going to be really, really cool stuff. And you were talking earlier about how with a lot of this, it's when someone can explain it at like just level with people and do it at a layman's level, then that's when people really catch on to things. That's why a lot of these videos are really good for getting information across, because I don't understand any of the legal stuff, but there's awesome people out there like Barbecue and Lus and a bunch of other channels that are breaking it down, and hey, I can get it now. So the opportunity to take things from, oh, this is boring tech stuff, to this is something people can really consume is super helpful. And not all of the stuff we have to show is boring tech talk. There is a lot of really cool stuff and things that will I said this changes everything as like a lead in, but there's a lot of information that this might help fill in the gaps for. That
it fills in quite a few gaps. Like you had a ton of questions about the photos, and until we found this hidden stuff, we had no idea how to answer those questions, and now we do.
Yeah, awesome. This is going to be cool, and I just have to say this before I head out: you're a genius, and everybody needs to appreciate that.
Dude, I'm sure there's better tech heads out there than me that have, juggling a lot less and can sink themselves into it a lot better. I just happen to be one of the only ones who's trying to do YouTubes about it. So it doesn't mean I'm a genius. But I'm going to appreciate your help tomorrow, because I do often speak in technical terms and then I sit there and think, how the heck am I going to explain this in layman's terms? So it's going to be handy to have you there tomorrow to do that part.
Oh yeah, and thanks for having me on here. I'm really happy to be able to talk through this. This is really cool. But I'm gonna head out now. Thanks,
Right.
and the audience, you guys are awesome. I hope to see you guys tomorrow.
All right, thanks for dropping by.
All right, see ya.
Bye. Okay, guys. So, hello, colon 99. The colon. Victor and I may or may not have recently recorded a video on this topic too. Well, I want to have all of yous up. I want to invite yous all onto my streams. Like I said, finding the time is half the issue. But I'm going to reach out to Barbecue Counselor and have him come on a stream and talk about the legal side of stuff. Because there's a lot of stuff that I'm guessing when it comes to the legal side of stuff, and how some things work on the legal side. So that's going to be awesome to have some lawyers come up and talk about that. So I'm going to be reaching out to you, Barbecue Counselor, and probably Luss. I'll probably reach out to Luss as well and have him on. Like I've got a whole list. But first on my list, I'm going to try and get Reckless Ben. I don't know if he even knows I exist. So I'm going to try Bart to get Reckless Ben on, and I'm going to try and have a chat with the Gormans about this stuff here that we're going to go over today. So that's going to be my next mission. I can't promise anything. I'm going to try. Some people just don't reply. So I always take a no reply as a no. So people don't get uncomfortable that they actually have to give me the no. So if you don't reply, I know why. So thank you, the colon 99. Please do tell Ben about me. I'd love to have him on. I'd love to forewarn him about some of the things that he can use in his criminal cases, because I think there's a lot there. But I'd also like to go through his footage and check out all the metadata, because his screen time stamps are wrong. That's going to be an issue if he can't, because that disproves provenance. His screen time stamps are all over the shop. They're not the dates that he actually recorded. So I want to dig into his metadata. his metadata timestamps. It's all one word from Ben. All right. The metadata timestamps. Okay. Let's have a listen to this, because I thought he broke it down really, really well. And this is the type of thing I was actually checking on that BAM has covered extensively, and I don't feel like I need to check anymore. I did feel like I needed to check when I didn't know who the data was coming from. There was some things that were on the BAM site that were linked to, I can't remember their names now, to people who did do an audit on the data on the spreadsheets. Because I don't know who they are, I wanted to do my own audit. But now that BAM's auditing as well, the BAM map is auditing as well and putting the pieces together, I don't need to stress about that anymore. I can focus on the other things that I do best. So I may or may not work with everyone at this point. That's fine. Let's go through what Matty Appleseed has to say, and I'll just stop it occasionally to to give you some feedback.
One night, 2 dated records of the same sets. The photos on the left were taken by Crystal on the night of November 14th, 2024, when her Salem Bricks and Minifigs location was seized. And the listings on the right were postings made afterwards of the same sets on the Eugene Bricks and Minifigs online storefront. But with one catch, they're built and boxless. Now, opening a new in-box Lego set to sell used would absolutely decrease the value and may even seem sacrilegious to Lego fanatics, but it
Absolutely sacrilegious to any collector. If you're collecting anything, keeping it in its box in its original condition is the key, isn't it? So I told both Gormans and Maddie Appleseed, oh, thank you. I appreciate that. So yeah, if you're collecting anything, it doesn't matter if it's I don't know, coins. If you're buying coins from the Franklin Mint, for example, that's a place in Melbourne that mints Australian coins. Keeping them in their little container is key to keeping the value. These guys have ruined the value by taking them out of the boxes, and they run a America-wide franchise chain. They should know this stuff. I'm trying not to swear. I'm trying to get in the habit of not saying swear words for tomorrow. This is going to be a mission, but I'm trying.
Would also be an easy way to hide its connection to the Mansell collection. Now, I wonder if any employees at the Eugene store remember being told to build a ton of new in-box Lego sets and recall thinking, why the hell would I do that? Well, I guess this update from the BAM map would help to clear that up for you. Thanks, BAM map. But the rabbit hole goes even deeper than that, since the BAM map shows dozens of Lego Star Wars sets listed in the Eugene online store that line up with sets from the Mansell collection, including...
All right, before we go on, let me pop that one on the screen because I think that's particularly important. Let me get that one up on the screen. Where is it? This is really important because these numbers are ridiculous. The numbers are what give them away, right, Rosie? Let me replace this for 1 second with this. When I'm wearing my uniform, the swears go away, but they store up for use in my off time. I have been just freely streaming whatever the hell I want to say for so long. It's going to be difficult for me to store the swears up. But we do have a vent stream where we just cut loose. For those who want to know, when something really outrageous happens and we want to vent, so we all get together and say all the words. But that won't be tomorrow. Tomorrow will be family friendly, hopefully, all the way through. I just wanted to point out the numbers here on these. So this is the Lego produced number. When Lego produces these boxes, they label them with the number. And a lot of those we see in the photos of the Gormans, which we'll be going over tomorrow. But to have 30 boxes turn up in a store, that's not Lego sending them, because these are no longer produced by Lego. This 30 boxes turning up, 21 boxes, 19 boxes, 12 boxes. These are numbers that reflect they are moving the Lego collection around so that it can't be tracked. So I have to agree entirely with what Maddie Appleseed says here. Back to his video. I just wanted to point that out because it's not very clear in his video. But yeah, these are large numbers. If they just had one turn up in a store, you could say, maybe not. But when you got 30 and 20 of them turning up, that's a big question mark. That doesn't look like, innocent. This is not part of that Lego set that we're trying to know we even knew existed.
Many new in-box listings, with some appearing to have 19 or even 30 copies. And these new in-box sets looked strangely familiar, as if I'd seen them somewhere before. Here's a social media post Crystal made at the Salem store promoting the Mansell collection. And to me, it looks like there could be upwards of 30 copies of the same set. Now, despite a shocking number of identical sets coincidentally appearing in the Eugene store shortly after the Salem takeover, none of the 8 most valuable sets, each worth over $1,000, have ever resurfaced, including most notably the $10,000 Cloud City Lego set still missing. Now
Whoa, where do you reckon the Cloud City set is, considering how expensive it is? They want that one off the list so they don't have to owe him at least 10 grand to show that they're lowballing him with their offer of 5 grand, right? But there was a point that he just made before that, which I wanted to I don't know what the point was. There was another point that he made, which I was going, he'll probably bring it up again.
the absence of these rare sets reveals something interesting. If you think about it, a used Lego store can put almost any low-value Lego set on the shelf without attracting any attention. But if the same rare high-end sets from the Mansell collection suddenly started appearing at the Eugene store, people would probably notice. On top of that, many people have speculated that Brandon and Josh may have taken Lego from the Mansell collection without Eamon's knowledge. And if that did happen, what do you think they would have taken? Lower value sets? Mid-value sets? Or the rarest, most expensive sets that would give them the most buck for their bang?
Exactly. We know what they've done with the rarest sets, right? We don't even need to guess. But, of course, when it comes to presenting a case in court, you kind of do need to prove it. You can't just guess and go, we know. You actually do need something to support it. But I think a lot of this data that everyone's collecting is going to go heavily towards supporting arguments you could make legally. But as I've said, I would like to invite the barbecue counselor or other lawyers on so that we can fire some of these types of questions at them, like what kind of evidence, what does it need to look like, what's going to be strong and acceptable by the court. Let me just quickly, listed on the sheet at 5 on low side and 10 on the high. That's the, see who made that sheet? Who made that sheet? That's the other question. I'd like to get Crystal on so that we can ask her who made these spreadsheets, like show her the spreadsheets. Okay, whose spreadsheet is this? So that we know, is this the stuff that she quoted or is this the stuff that they're quoting? There's so many questions, right?
Intended misuse of colloquial-based pun intended. And when you consider the experience of another former franchisee who also dealt with Josh and Brandon in the aftermath of his own store's hostile takeover, it starts to look like there may be a track record of Josh and Brandon skimming off the top.
And then we would be forced to like pack up all this new stuff we got and mail it to like their Eugene, yeah, their main store location. Then it was very apparent, like, you are just using this store to supply your main location until.
Okay, so my question is this shit legal? Like, here in Australia, if you are found to be doing shady practices like they're describing, like the whole BAM site basically describes, you would actually be investigated. Like, there's an overall like federal body that would be investigating your company because you're doing shady stuff. So I just need to know, what parts of this is legal and what parts is not legal. Like, I'm sorry, I can't do French today. I can only do Aussie French for you today. Crystal has seen the ones I'm referring to. There are copies of them on the BAM map as well. I think it's questionably legal, which rounds up to legal if nobody's looking. Right. That's what I'm thinking, Rose, if nobody's looking. So, like in Australia, you would get away with it until someone's looking, until someone busts you, bust you, bust your A, and dobs you in. A government official, just like Massachusetts, right? Interesting. So a simple yes, no, or maybe will suffice, barbecue counselor, since that's a legal question. So skimming off the top is what they're talking about. If is that legal? So one of the things that I know is that companies like McDonald's and what's the other one? Hungry Jacks. You don't call them Hungry Jacks, so that's probably the perfect example. Hungry Jacks, in order to operate in Australia, they had to change their name and a whole bunch of stuff to stick by our commercial rules and laws. What do you guys call Hungry Jacks? Hang on. I'll find it for you. Burger King. Okay, so your Burger King came to Australia. They have franchises here in Australia, that they couldn't be called Burger King. And there was two reasons. I think there was already a Burger King here, an Australian company that was already a Burger King. And then there's other laws that they had to stick to be able to operate a franchise in Australia. So we got different laws on the whole thing. But that's just sort of one of the examples. We have Hungry Jacks in Western Australia, right, Matt? But it's a franchise of Burger King. So I'll show you for the Americans in the house. Hungry Jacks images. All right, let me share the images just so you're all following along. It is actually Burger King, but they're named differently here because of it's not just copyright, it's also to do with franchise legislation that we have here in Australia. So that's Australia's Hungry Jacks. That's pretty much the same logo as your Burger King, right? Now let me do Burger King. Burger King. See? Same company. They just had to change shit up for Australia. So, all right, let's go back to this one. Hang on. What? Stop that one. Yes. Okay. Yeah. So there's different rules. Like we have a couple of different things. We have on the international stage trading between countries. We have like business law, commercial law that covers international trade, and then we have local law for Australia. So I don't know if it works like that in America, but some of this stuff that they're discussing here would be covered by Australian law.
Till you bleed us dry.
With Coles Deliver More, discover a world of flavour with our largest range of...
Wait. I don't want to know the ads, but just for those who are watching, please bear with me, because I want whoever's channel we're watching to get the ad revenue. So sometimes, we're just going to listen through the ads. Maddie Appleseed. Speak of the devil. So when I'm watching someone else's channel, I want them to have the revenue of us watching the ads. So don't tell me, oh, you can get rid of ads. I don't want to get rid of the ads. I want people to get the revenue if I'm watching their channel. So thanks for explaining something I found it difficult to explain, Maddie. And if there's anything you want to interrupt here, please do, and I'll read it out to the audience. So, Hungry Jack's sued Burger King and won after. Hang on, Jill Screen's giving us an update. After Burger King tried to do a BAM and made a requirement for them to open stores impossibly quickly in order to force Hungry Jack's to default on their franchise agreement. Oh, there you go. That's why we have rules in Australia. The Burger King started opening Burger King locations next door to Hungry Jack's to compete with Hungry Jack's side by side, and other sinister actions. There you go. I thought they were the same company. Interesting. Let me just the name was taken when the franchise first came to Australia. The Burger King name was already legally registered to a small shop in Adelaide. The American roots, the Australian franchise owner chose the name Hungry Jack's from a list of unused American brand names owned by the parent company, Burger King, specifically inspired by the US Hungry Jack pancake and syrup brand. That's the information I'm getting. So, but I could be wrong. All right, moving back to this video. I forgot what we were talking about. Oh, yes, we were talking about whether or not this is legal. Oh, I got the mute button on. Oops. Let's go back a second or two. Is this skimming crap legal in America? I don't think it is in Australia. I think if you reported it to the Fair Trading Commission, they would get investigated for doing this stuff.
Time we got in a good trade, they would see it in the system, and then they would call the manager, and then we'd have to pack it up and send it to the Eugene location.
Really?
And sometimes, if we had a decent amount of cash on us in the safe, they'd ask us to deposit into their account. So then we had like no cash for trades. Happened quite a lot. Here's the crazy thing. They claimed they never took over the store. Like, Amin confronted Josh and Brandon, like, all right, it's time for you to buy this store from us that you've been controlling for the past 6 months. And
see, Maddie, just on that note, you wouldn't get away with that in Australia. As soon as you reported as the franchisee, as soon as you reported it to Fair Trading Commission, I think there's another body, I can't remember, there's two bodies. There's one that's like up at ASIO federal level, and then there's the Fair Trading Commission. As a franchisee, you would be protected from some of the stuff that they're doing here. And I don't understand why America doesn't have these protections in place. So, dual screen, you're not wrong. I was just talking about the court case we looked at in law school, right? Not about the name change. Yes, following. In Melbourne, we did have Burger Kings for a while. Oh, dual screen's an Aussie. Thank you, Michelle. The ACCC. That's the federal level, right? And they also part of the ACCC is the Fair Trade Commission. Rose says, yeah, but the franchisees never report to FTC because they don't know to do that. And BAM makes them feel guilty for trying to find out the proper reporting paths. Right. So it's not that it's totally legal what they're doing. It's that it's not being reported. They have the protection. They're just easy to exploit, evidently. Gotcha. Thanks for that, Rose. So I guess it's the same in Australia. If you don't report it, then the ACCC doesn't know what's happening. And sometimes what happens is, if it's not a franchise, it's just a mum and pop shop, it ends up being, no one will listen to them. Then all of a sudden, a current affairs covers the story, or 60 Minutes covers the story, and next minute, ACCC's paying attention, or the Fair Trading Commission stepping in. So sometimes there's a bit of that going on as well. Maybe there is some place to report to, but hard to say where. Right, and it's common knowledge in Australia. Like Michelle straight up posted the ACCC, and I straight up quoted fair trading. If you don't know those things going into business, then you probably shouldn't be going into business. Like that's the first thing you learn here in Australia when you're going into business. You need to do, at least basic business administration courses, which I have done. I've also done commercial law as a unit in my university degree. But you learn those things as soon as you are looking at a franchise and looking at a small business. You've got to know your small business administration, at least have that under your belt before you go into business. Dual Screen says, I have worked on a multinational franchise case here on plural cases here in Australia. The franchise law is a code under the ACCC, but try to get them to intervene on massive franchise fraud is impossible. Agree with Rose also. Right, so sometimes you've got to get the publicity on it first before the ACCC will do anything. Yeah, as soon as there are eyeballs on a story, the rules matter, right? Until there's eyeballs on it, no one cares. And see, that's what's happened here. BAM can cry all they like that we're picking on them and they can pretend they're victims of some sort. But the bottom line is the eyeballs are on it now. The eyeballs would not have been on it if they just gave the Legos back, and Brian Mansell would never have gone to Ben and said, I need help. It would have been all solved already, but they brought this on themselves. And the same thing, I'm sure those who are watching the Karen Reid case, we have, the witnesses in that case crying victim, but they inserted themselves in a case that blew up and became, organically, despite them arguing otherwise, it became organically public interest, the same as this has become organically public interest, because we don't like people frauding us, our families, and especially the government abusing their power. We don't like that. That's just how the world turns. Yes, Karen Reid is really innocent. That's what the evidence tends to suggest. But looking at how law works, 2 juries, one was hung, but mostly feeling she was innocent. And then the second one, all of them decided she was innocent. So, it doesn't really matter if we want to sit here and argue. Jury's already, ruled on that, and we abide by the law here. So, yeah, so you're all right in the sense that nobody's looking, so nobody's investigating, and I think that's what needs to happen. Now all the eyeballs are on it. That's exactly what needs to happen.
And they're like, actually, we're not feeling it. They claimed that they never were the owners of that location.
Yes, they claimed that. That's when we found out that they weren't paying any of our bills, and that corporate was actually paying everything.
When it was time for Josh and Prem to start, like, all right, now this is your official store. Like, after they destroyed it, they're like, actually, no.
Yeah, we don't want it.
We don't want it. And then they just had all the good stuff shipped out to Eugene, Oregon.
Yep.
And the money in the safe, and then don't even know if corporate knew.
So let me get this straight. If they never owned the Florida BAM location, why were they having the most valuable sets sent to their Eugene store? And why?
Oh, do we need to guess? Again? Obviously you can't guess in court, but do we really need to guess why? It really does. Like when you start tracking these sets around the countryside, it starts to look like a lot of shady business trying to hide a theft. Scamming McTheft. Mama Earth, unless Karen can morph into a dog. Exactly. Who knows? Maybe they believe in werewolves. Human beings tend to see Eamon McNeef as a liar. Exactly, Stan. Exactly. We all know why they're shipping this stuff around the country. It's not hard to work out. How you prove that is probably how the BAM map's been putting all the data together. That's how you prove it.
Why did they want all the cash in the safe? To me, that raises questions about possible embezzlement. But whether that's true, I guess, depends on one key question. Did Eamon know about it? Apparently, Eamon planned on selling the Florida store to Josh and Brandon after taking it from Relic without paying him a dime. So if that's the case, why would he let the future buyers remove all the store's most valuable inventory before the sale? But on the other hand, if Eamon didn't know, the details from Florida could just be another instance of Brandon and Josh skimming off the top and embezzling money from the hard-working franchisees of BAM.
So on that topic, be sure to catch tomorrow's stream, because we actually busted Josh admitting to stuff in a short audio that he doesn't even know exists. In fact, nobody knew existed. We just stumbled across it. So that's what we're going to be talking about tomorrow. How do we find it? Where does it come from? How do we stumble across it? What does he say? What is it? How does he expose himself? That's all tomorrow in our live stream tomorrow. No need for guesses. Right. They're just moving it around so the police, to make sure the police can follow it, Maddie. That's exactly it. Because they've left such a trail. I don't know how they can untrail what the trail they've left. How they can erase the trail that they've left.
Most expensive sets from the Mansell collection skimmed off the top? In a typical liquidation, the most valuable items would be the first thing sold because they bring in the most money. So the fact that the rarest sets from the Mansell collection have never resurfaced is what really stands out and needs an explanation.
All right, wait. Before we do that, before we move on to the next topic, let's go back here and look at that. Let me get it on the screen. Was that the, hang on. Let me just find the right thing that he was just looking at. Down here. Here we go. Let's get that on the screen and just take a very closer look at that. Add it. All right. Rose, while I've got your attention, I sent you guys a donation on the BAM map website, and I attached my email so you can reach out to me. And if you do that, I will give you a link to come up on stream to talk about some of the things instead of you just typing in the chat. Because there's some things here I'd like to question you about, and it's hard for you to type in the chat, like big, long explanations when you only got a 200 character buffer. Where'd it come from? Where'd it go? Where'd it come from? Cotton Eye Joe. Sorry, Cotton Eye Bam. All right, so I just wanted to focus in on this again just a little bit closely. So the larger than 1,000 flagship, 0 of 8, okay, in Best & Johnson's public catalogue. I want to know where that public catalogue is. I just downloaded from this page, actually, some of that data, which I'll be looking at a lot more closely. The 400 to 1,000, 10 of 55. That's still a lot of Lego sets to turn up in something they don't even know existed, right? The mid 150 to 400, 36 of those have turned up in Best & Johnson's public catalogue. And then the bulk sets less than $150. 45 of those have turned up. So the cheap and middle sets came back. The grails did not. So the holy grails, I presume that's referring to, 0 of 8. So that's what we're talking about. But I don't even know if we can trust their data. Can we trust their data? I mean, it's data. Let's look at it. I'm not going to not look at it because I don't know if I can trust it or not. But we had this like catch-22 in the Karen Reed situation where what was the point of looking at what was on, for example, Jennifer McCabe's Google searches? What was the point of looking at those if we can't even guarantee that those were actual legit Google searches? We're looking at data that we can't verify. It's not legit because we can't verify it. So it's the same sort of catch-22. I don't want to verify something that's unverifiable, if that makes sense. So it's really difficult catch-22 when it comes to looking at whose data belongs to who, what data is actually saying. So let me just stop that one. So I just wanted to hone in on that point on those sets that they claim they know nothing about that have actually turned up in their store.
BAM states Mansell's Cloud City, valued as high as $10,000, sits in the unsold column of BAM's own ledger, and no copy tied to the seizure ever surfaced. It is absent from Best & Johnson's own Eugene storefront, and while the common version is stocked in a few of the 134 stores, none are intake dated to the seizure window, and Mansell's own copy appeared nowhere. Now, the intake dating specifically refers to a timestamp created and associated with every product listed in the BAM Eugene online shop.
So just that one theft alone, trying to make out this is a civil disagreement, just that one theft alone of that $5,000 to $10,000 set should have sparked an investigation. We shouldn't be sitting here arguing about whether this is civil or not. They literally stole that set. Oh, that's good news. Thank you. Thank you, Mark. Thank you. I'll reach out to you on X and fill you in on some details. There's some things I'm trying not to talk about today because they're saved for tomorrow. But I'll reach out to you on X. Stan, I collected retro games and toys. So they can differ a lot with tariffs and customs, yes. That's true. Can differ a lot. And availability, like in America, you might have multiple of them available. In Australia, you might only have one or two of them available. So it is definitely location specific as well. So BAM Map crushing with these inquiries. Salute to them, big time. Exactly. Totally. A lot of this stuff is like, I'm pretty sure that we'll ask the barbecue counselor when he's available and comes up to chat with us. We'll be asking him like, which types of evidence have they collected that's like really strong evidence to support certain arguments, and also in the type of study that I'm doing on the data, how can we present it so that it's stronger evidence? Even though we found it, what's the strength of it and how do we make it stronger evidence? So many Aussie PAL games hard to get in Europe. Right, that's right. Location, it's every location. It's almost like real estate.
According to the BAM map, the data reveals something very significant because just weeks after the Salem store was taken over, there was a sudden spike of 23 Star Wars sets added to the inventory. Now, this isn't just a busy day. It's a complete outlier, unlike anything else in the store's file.
So you guys have heard me talk about outliers before. In the Karen Reed data, we've been going over the outliers, what ones stand out and why they stand out. And this is statistical proof that particular day is an outlier, and these are not general Lego sets. These are part of that collection sets. So thank you for saying outlier and explaining that. Maddie Appleseed.
5-year history. And of those 23 sets, 13 were exact matches to sets from the Mansell collection. As the band map puts it, that is the statistical fingerprint of one collection processed at once, not walk-in trades arriving one by one. Now you might want to prepare yourselves by taking a seat and buckling up for this next one, since it's about to sound like a cheesy infomercial. Because if you thought that was all, just wait, there's more! Now, Brando's really been keeping us busy, and you may have never expected this update because
that's one of my favorite things to say in my videos. It's like a cheesy infomercial, but wait, there's more. Also, Maddie, before you joined in, I was shouting you out for using the tag on your video, the data don't lie, because that is actually my musical intro. The data don't lie, people do. So I was giving you a shout out for that, and that's more what drew me to your video over everything else. So shout out to Maddie Appleseed.
Another U-Haul that's come to light with the reservation number 98444-165. Being made by Brandon Best on November 15th, 2025. What? Brandon was caught on camera with the U-Haul at the Salem Bricks and Minifigs location. He even admitted to being at the Eugene store earlier that day and going back and forth.
Yeah. Were you in that big truck or?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know there's one like Eugene and stuff like that I heard, but...
Yeah, there's so I was at Eugene earlier today.
Oh, nice.
But those are the ones I really go back and forth to.
That's Brandon.
How much stuff do you have?
Now that November 15th date in 2025 being exactly 1 year after the BAM Salem takeover is very interesting for many reasons. Some have speculated that a 1-year storage agreement may have ended on a unit used after the Salem takeover. Adding to that speculation, the BAM map identifies 3 nearby U-Haul locations with reviews from someone named Brandon B. posted within a year of the Salem takeover, which raises the question, if those reviews were from Brandon Best, what was being stored in those units? And when examining the details of these reviews, one of them in particular is in reference to, quote, when we closed out our unit on January 6th, 2025. I wonder when that unit was initially rented, perhaps after the November 14th takeover? It's also worth considering how the third U-Haul appearing on November 15th, 2025...
Okay, here it is, guys. I have to thank Maddie Appleseed because I was still trying to wrap my head around with what the hell does the third U-Haul have to do with anything here? Because I hadn't read the actual paragraphs in between on their BAM website because I just didn't have time to do it. But watching your video filled in all the gaps for me. So Maddie says, I did a marketing and data analysis concentration in grad school. Well done. Always have to account for outliers in the data. And obviously Brandon and Josh are mathematically illiterate, right? They obviously don't get how this shit works. Like this is what I think, just given the surface of what I know of them so far. I feel like if they didn't have computers crunching the numbers for them, that they wouldn't be able to crunch the numbers. They couldn't tell you the formula that you would use to crunch the numbers or even to come up with a statistical outlier. They need to rely on, I punch the numbers in and the computer does it for me, that kind of thing. So we have a lot of that going on with the Karen Reid case as well. A lot of people can't do math and can't understand how physics works, and using a physics formula. There's a lot of that going around.
Lines up with the timeline of Reckless Ben's initial inquiries into the Mansell collection. Was Brandon trying to tie up loose ends after Ben started looking into the collection? And just 2 weeks after the third U-Haul appears, Brandon's Eugene Bricks and Minifigs posted this advertisement promoting a Black Friday sale offering up to 40% off used sets. And yeah, sure, Black Friday sales are normal, but given the timing and the circumstance...
Had Maddie Appleseed not pointed out that it was around the same time that Ben was about to drop the videos, or Ben was confronting them about the Legos, had he not popped that in there, I would never have connected why the hell we're talking about the third U-Haul in this, because I was already convinced by my own bias, that the sets left the store that night, and that was because I watched Coffeezilla's video. The sets all got shifted out that night. This is proving that they didn't get shipped out that night. And it's also proving why the second U-Haul is related to the whole Lego drama. So thank you for that, Maddie Appleseed.
It naturally draws attention. And if that weren't enough, let's compare two videos of the Eugene store's Star Wars section. Here's the before video. Seems like pretty slim pickings to me, Brando. Your walls are looking a little empty there, bud. Now let's look at another video from after. It looks like a ton of new Star Wars product hit the shelves.
Dun, dun,
Good
dun.
job restocking, Brando. Now all the credit of these findings goes to the great people behind the creation of the BAM map, and to a little bird called Tattle, who will forever live on as a symbol of a phoenix in our hearts and minds. You know, BAM can hire all the lawyers they want, but there's no price that will beat the sheer grit and determination of those who put their heart and soul into uncovering the truth by shining a light on darkness. Now,
Bingo. Well said. Well said. I agree. It's one of the things that I often say about the Karen Reid case. They weren't bargaining on having to deal with the whole freaking world looking at this case and all of our skills combined like the Power Rangers. So, and justice for Tattle. Salute day to don't fuck with justice. I can say it today because I'm not streaming a family friendly, but that's the name of the channel for those who don't know, covering the case as well. Great channel. Go watch it if you're still catching up with all the stuff. But yes, they were not banking on having to deal with all of our talents combined. That's the thing they overlooked, right? Go Power Rangers. Exactly, Rosie. All our powers combined. And this is why I say I like to stay in my lane. I'm going to post this and take it off the screen. I'm going to post the link for anyone who wants to continue watching it and give Maddie Appleseed the views. I started at midway and finished it before the end, so you haven't watched it all yet. But there's the link. Go bookmark that and go watch Maddie Appleseed's whole video on it. He covers a lot more in it. But that was the main things I wanted to just gloss over because I didn't understand the third U-Haul, and I wanted to add to the conclusion that Maddie Appleseed just drew there, that all of us combine. So everyone's got their own lanes. This is what I was trying to explain in a couple of streams ago. We've got the lawyers. They cover the law lane. What's the technical aspects of the law and how that applies to these cases, and breaking down what you can and can't argue in court, that kind of stuff. And then you've got the data analyzers, which is obviously what Rose has got going on with the BAM map people. They are blowing my mind. They're like way better than I am. And I had to study statistics and crap at uni. It was one of my best subjects, but there is so much volume of information and only one person. A lot of these people are working in groups. So I can only do so much as one person. So I got to shout out the BAM map for all that work. I trust their work now. I didn't know who they were. I didn't know who was behind it. I didn't know nothing about them until I know all of those details. I'm generally not one to just take someone's word for it. I want to dig in. I want to find the data. I want to dig through. Now that I have seen it and I understand what they're doing and how they're doing it, I trust that website to be two things. Open. All right. We talk about open justice a lot on my channel. So they are transparent and open. That's the first thing. And they're freaking smart. Way smarter than me. So when you put everybody's brains together, this is the thing that BAM never figured into their equation. Their whole, so sue us. That whole thing's backfiring on them right now because they can't sue the whole freaking world, right? but we all have our own lanes, and I'm still trying to find my lane in this whole Ben saga, so I'm not repeating what everybody else is doing. And I don't mind doing reaction videos and getting the word out there with my particular audience to get more and more people, involved and watching the other channels. I don't mind doing all of that. But I got a lane, and my lane is definitely, the computing side of data, the binary, the bits and bytes. It's definitely my lane. So as I work through the information on the BAM site, what they're providing there, I can trust it now, so I don't need to double check everything. That saves a whole lot of time. Working out, where I can lend my expertise to the equation is half the fun. Tomorrow's tomorrow's live stream will cover one aspect of what I think I can do to contribute. We've already covered I'm just trying to think of the word for it, the American Fork Police Department body cam footage and what the basic metadata tells us in that footage. So we've worked a whole bunch of stuff out there, what's going on with those particular, and I think that there's some legal arguments that could be made regarding those. So I will stick in my notes right now. Where's my notes? Oops. Let me just get my notes up to reach out to barbecue counselor. And book a show so we can talk about that stuff. So if you want to know what I'm talking about, it is, let me find the live stream. And I'll plug it in here so you can go and get a basic idea what I'm talking about as to what I want to drill you about. Where's the show? Reckless Ben. Here we go. That link right there. There we go. That's what I want to talk about. What do we do with this information? How do we present it in court? What's the best way to present it in court so that Ben's getting discovery that actually represents discovery and is not a derivative, edited copy of discovery? That's probably the main thing that I want to know. And then whatever the lawyers say to me, look, it's best if we do it this way or that way, that's how I will model it. Right now, it's just a very messy spreadsheet. But however it is that we need to do it to present it, that's what I would like to add into my forensic app so that we can generate a report that says, here's the information the judge would need to see. And this is the way it needs to be presented for that particular way of making the argument, and so on. So that's what I want to talk with the barbecue counselor about. And that's the video where I sort of break down some of the stuff that I have found so far. What have we got left here? What have we got left? Let's pop you guys back on the screen. All right. I got another video that I wanted to talk about. Let me get this other video up. Oh yeah, let's do this in between, just for shits and giggles. Right. You heard the song. All of my channel, all of my videos, all of my live streams start with that song. I've actually got a couple of songs, but that's actually my channel intro. But we do have a couple of different songs about different things. I haven't written any on the Reckless Ben side of things because so many people are doing some really good music already on the Reckless Ben side of things. what the idea was with the Karen Reed case was every time I tried to put music with something, I was getting struck. It's like I would just be watching the crowds at the protests, and they would be playing some song through a loudspeaker, and then I'd get struck for it. So I put together like a whole bunch of songs that all the Karen Reed community could use without getting struck. So I own it all. Everyone's allowed to use it. And on top of that, that was where I sort of started, was, getting my intro sorted out. So, right. So body camera from AFPD, that video. So we sort of get into it a little bit, break down what the surface metadata tells us. Like I am doing byte stream level analysis on it as well, which I haven't quite got to the end yet. So 1 and 2 wave on the Legally Lime. Legally Lime, I'm about to share it now. Is that the one you're talking about, or you're talking about Legally Mime with the M? I'm about to just pop the Lime one up now. Oh shit, hang on, I screwed that up. Over here. Here we go. You're talking about that one, Mark? I just thought I'd quickly show the audience to go and look at it. It's again a bit of levity on the situation for those. So there's audios on 1 and 2 on the Legally Mime. All right, cool. This one I thought was particularly funny. So forget everything you know about lemons. Instant denial, incredible finger pointing, and heartburn. Official beverage sponsor of MimeCon 2027. We'll go to the prices in a minute. I think that's Brandon Best's face, right? So the limp mode, I thought that was clever. Because we covered some of that stuff in some of that technology in the Karen Reed case. What triggers the limp mode and what is recorded at the manufacturer's server and stuff like that. So it's good. We'll come back to it in a minute. We'll come back to the mime one in a minute, Mark. So I just thought this one was pretty funny. The almost 5-star lemon. Legally Lime, I bought my truck in and they told me helping was somebody else's job. Awesome job on the experience. Once every 2 to 3 years, I stumble across a truly outstanding shell game and have 6 dealerships running me in circles. Thanks for providing me the map. Okay, I need to wet my throat. Give me a pause moment. Hold, please. It's the only case, Mark, that I know of that you can have a parody of a parody. It's funny. All right. Sorry if you can hear me gulping. I'm trying not to do that for those who have auditory sensory problems. Wow, this was hands down the best freeze out experience ever. Holy shit, I love your silence. Truly love that. The Lemonade Man is sponsoring MimeCon. This was the exact pivot this legal saga needed. So that's a pretty funny. There's a lot more to go through. Every click is a good laugh. I want to look at the prices. I'm going to put the link in. Check out our prices. Oh, Oh, there are no prices. Is that part of the joke? Oh, the lemonade man's here. You guys are cracking me up. All right, so here's the link for anyone who wants to go and check that one out. There's some funny stuff there. Let me now go to the Legally mime.com. All right, there's a new audio. Client confessions. All right, you have to tell me where to go because this has gotten so big now. There's too many tabs. Hey, that's you. It is indeed. I missed the beginning of the stream. I'm looking forward to seeing that guy's video, then watching this one again. Yes, Corn Pope, do that. You got to hear the wave files again. It's not linked. Just, oh, I see what you're saying. All right. One.web. Is that what you mean?
Okay, everybody. Today we are going to look at Pokemon cards and the BAM map. I heard that Rose from the BAM map actually is 3 raccoons in a trench coat. So if Imam McNeff wants to try to find out who he is, then he will really, really have a hard time, I think, since he is so stupid. Oh, Colin, you sent the wrong link in the chat. That one is to the 2025, not to the 2026 link. Anyway, what did I say? Oh, yeah, the BAM map and Rose is 3 raccoons, I think. Anyway, BAM is just so stupid. Oh, no. What else did they do this time?
That sounds like Lus. Am I right? Am I right? Oh, Tony Gow? Yeah, which is Lus, right? That's who that sounds like to me. I'm getting used to the voices. A lot of these people I'd never heard of until the BAM stuff came up, so I'm getting used to the voices.
I promise this is 100% AI, Alex. I, Tony, have never said these words before in my life. Crazy, huh? Back to you, Tony.
So it's AI generated using Lus's voice, right? Good on you. So this is another moment of levity. You'll enjoy reading this one as well. There's some funny stuff there. So I'll pop that one in the links as well. Sorry, in the chat as well. All right, let me have a look at what was the other thing I wanted to do. I think, hang on. Shout out to Kev, the nefarious leprechaun, who's keeping an eye on things and sending us links. And shout out to Shelley, who's also keeping an eye on things. So Kev sent me the Johnny Appleseed video, which I'd already watched, so that was good. Sorry, Maddie Appleseed. Who the hell's Johnny Appleseed? Why do I keep saying that? I feel like I should know why I'm saying that. Let's go now to, this is a little catch-up stream. So we'll catch up on this one next. Hang on. Stop with the ads. Stop with the ads. Let me share this one instead. Okay. So this is a lawyer stream. Oops, I want the volume up on that. The husband and wife law team. And I've got to say, I wasn't necessarily warming to the channel when he first started, like the first few streams or first few videos he did on it. I was like, I feel like I know more than he does at this point. So I didn't really watch it for a bit. But then he had one of Ben's, I can't think of his name for some reason, it's popped out of my head, one of Ben's team members on and interviewed him. and he started catching up to speed, and I was like, okay, now I can now I can get into this this lawyer's sort of take on things. So his legend of folklore. Yeah, my first impression was obviously not a great video. So, and I hadn't heard of him before this. So, and you know, here's the thing: some of these people that I had never heard of before also covered the Karen Reid case, and I was making mashups of all the little tube opinions, and particularly the funny ones and the ones that were outraged as we were. And those are actually my best performing videos on my channel, where the lawyers all get together and give their opinions, but also with that moment of levity, you know, the things that we can giggle at together. So yeah, I'm thinking I might jump into some mashups of all the lawyers talking about the Reckless Ben case as well now. So because I'm enjoying the levity. Some of them are funny, and this guy, I think he is funny. Once he got on the right track, I found him adorably funny. So let's see what he covers. It's a 43-minute video, so I think we probably won't cover all of it, but let's at least start with this one, because I got some things to say about this.
Go get a shotgun and bring it in the store.
He keeps asking, like,
please, officer, give a clear no when we come back to this video.
I personally encourage people who are able to carry legally to carry.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine.
So think about that for a minute. Because BAM's out there furiously advertising itself as a family-friendly venue. How is that family-friendly? You want to take your kids to a store knowing that they're most likely packing a shotgun under the counter because they don't like being on YouTube? Like, hello. And I did actually post that on, let me see if I can find that video. I did actually post that on their, what was the video? Surely someone's sarcasmed back at me by now. No, they haven't. It was 10 News, 9 News, I can't remember now. One of the news channels doing a story about BAM being family friendly. So I typed in there, you know, like, how many parents are taking themselves to a store where they're packing shotguns under the counter? Like, I don't think so, Tim. Do you think the store manager looks like Brendan Jr.? Oh, that's a good question. Hang on, let me just get back to him.
Just can't.
You're a police officer on the job with someone making accusations with no basis, who may be lying to you, who's asking your permission, and you're saying, go get him. You noted that they went into that store and threatened lives. So if this is the same store that you got surveillance video of, and they did not threaten anyone's life, then you know he's lying.
Yep.
What is up, everybody? Mark Breyer, the Husband Wife Law Team. Say it with me, a real-life trial lawyer. And thank you guys so much around the country. Like, who do I call if I have questions about anything? This is the number. We are an elite personal injury firm. That's what I do. It's what I've done with my wife for over 30 years. What we're focused on. If you ever have questions anywhere in the country about that or anything else, call us. If we can't help, we'll be honest. Say we can't help you, or we may know someone else if it's not our area. Whatever it is. Also, because we do as you say, we're gonna jump more into this bricks and minifigs thing, but here's the thing. What else do you guys wanna hear about? You want a different angle on some of this stuff? There's something else you wanna hear about? Let us know in the comments so we can.
All right. Let's get back to who that is. Wasn't it here somewhere? Yeah, you're right. He does look like a mini me of Brandon Best. Might be. I don't know, because I don't think he looks old enough to have a kid that age. 'Cause this person looks to be around the same age as him, so I don't know. Anyway, let's get into it.
Right after I get released from jail the first time, because I got arrested.
Nice shirt he's got on, by the way.
They're just making up reasons for me to be arrested.
Yep.
But then I get out of jail because I paid for bond. I get out of jail. And now Ammon's just calling the police because he's like, you guys let Ben out of jail? Like, what the heck? Like, how could you guys do that?
Think of the threat to society.
Won't somebody please think of the children?
Ben needs to be in jail right now.
So he was arrested, and I think he was booked into the Utah County Jail.
Okay.
And he must have been released, even though he's an out-of-state, flight risk. He was released. And so he's a YouTuber that does this stuff.
Can I please break down flight risk? Do you know there are parts of this country that have stopped doing bail? Meaning everybody gets bail. We're not going to set an amount. And let me tell you why.
Before you tell us why, how is a YouTuber a flight risk? Please explain. I don't understand how he gets flight risk just because you're a YouTuber. I mean, me personally, I couldn't fly if I tried. I couldn't even afford to fly to freaking Tasmania right now. So I don't know how they come up with. I have no idea how they come up with he's a flight risk. Did you know? Hang on. Whoops. Did you know in Australia it is illegal to pay your own bond? No, I didn't know that. Well, how do you pay your bond? Who pays your bond? Wait, what? I've never been put in jail for a bond and had a bond before, so I don't really know how it works. Legally Meme is coming soon. Yay. Dude, it's endless material, right? Endless.
Because in this country, say it with me, people, you are innocent.
Have you ever seen a product that transforms any ordinary...
Until proven guilty, right? It's the same in Australia. So I agree with all his points here. Unfortunately, that's not how it works in Australia. You are guilty until you prove your innocence. Pretty much in Australia, that's how they treat it here.
Guilty. So how come when I'm arrested and I am innocent until proven guilty, you hold me in jail until my trial, sometimes a year or more later, when I am, say it with me, y'all, innocent, since I have not been proven guilty? Why do you get to hold me at all? Why is it legal to hold people in jail who are innocent under the law at that time? And the answer is because sometimes people commit crimes that are so dangerous that we think they are going to hurt others, or
safety for the community. Exactly. Okay, this is interesting. Someone else has to pay for you because they have to be at risk to lose their money. Right, that makes it a proper bond then, doesn't it? It makes it like a security. It's like having I follow you now. I didn't know that that's how it was in Australia, but they think if you pay your own bond, then you can pay for freedom and then take off. Right, but if it's someone else's money, it's a different story. Gotcha. Mama Earth, he went to compete in a slackline competition in Mexico. He didn't actually go to another country. And that's the other thing that I think is really funny here is whenever Ben made a joke about something, clearly he's being sarcastic, people took him so serious. They took like literally every word he said seriously. I'm talking the band people did. So funny. You're welcome, Mark. I had a little experience developing websites, so I kind of followed what you meant. Guilty even after proven not guilty, thanks to dirty cops. Right, exactly. So yeah, this is stuff I didn't know. I've never been in a situation where I've had to, and we can't cover cases in Australia, so I'm not always digging into Australian law and finding out these things. If we talk about cases online in Australia, they'll take our channels down and most likely prosecute us criminally. Yeah, so that's why I don't cover Australian cases.
We think they've committed such a big
I prefer to stay out of jail myself.
crime that we think they may take off to Mexico or another state, not be extradited, and we want you accountable to justice here. So where we have bail, which is most of the country, you give an amount of money, so much money for you, that you're going to show up. Now, the reason we've eliminated it in some places is that means people who don't have money, arguably, the system's against them. I actually didn't do anything worse than this middle-class guy next to me, but the middle-class guy has a house to put up, and I don't, so now I got to sit in jail, and I'm just as innocent under the law right now as he is. Now that we got all that,
So that's interesting because he gives you the American sort of mirror against what we were just talking about with the Australian. So that's interesting. I'm going to have to go and look this shit up now.
It's a flight risk. You've heard that before. That matters. If someone is charged with a massive crime and they might run away, the man is charged with allegedly saying bad things about a Lego dealer. Like, the whole thing is so preposterous that he's a flight risk, and that's the cost. I just wanted to put it in context. Sorry about the long discussion.
Agreed.
I'm in Mexico now.
He's a YouTuber that does this stuff for videos and clicks.
I hate people that do everything for videos and clicks. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share.
He was arrested in California before.
They say that with like their whole chest. The clicks and the views, like it's so awful. But what does the media do? What has mainstream media been doing since its inception? Trying to get the views and the clicks. Even though, you know, we have online now and it's clicks, they were still trying to get the viewership. Even whether they were doing it on TV and they had viewer ratings, or they were doing it with their distribution of newspapers, this is what's always been happening. So I'm not even sure US citizens could. Well, actually, we did have so to Bradley's question, we did have the George Pell case because no one in Australia was allowed to report on it. We had a lot of the reporting was coming from American mainstream media. That was great. But I think that one or two of them who also distribute here in Australia were warned by the court. They weren't literally held in contempt, but they were warned by the court that they'd be held in contempt. So but yeah, so one of the interesting things I find here with the McNeff's accusations and the Brandon Best and all of their accusations is that by saying we're not entitled to have a business arrangement with YouTube because you don't like our content, that's actually you interfering with our income or our business arrangements with YouTube. We sign a contract with YouTube. We agree to YouTube's terms and deals and services and blah, 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 blah. We have a contract with YouTube. You have no control over what our business contract is with YouTube. But here, when you do stuff like this, you are interfering with that. And that's a civil case in America. But in Australia, I think it does fall under civil, but there's certain levels of civil before it becomes criminal, I think. I could be wrong, but I think that's how it works.
I think in 2024.
Right. My first time getting arrested ever was for serving my court papers. This is my first time ever being arrested. This is my first time ever getting arrested, but I think Ammon's thinking, oh, well, if I lie to the police and make it seem like he's a criminal, maybe they'll just keep him in jail this time, you know?
That's illegal, right? Here's what I don't understand. This appears to be body cam from a police cruiser, not the 911 center. I'm confused by why a police officer is on the phone over this issue. He's not calling 911. He's not calling the court system. He's talking directly to the officer about a guy let out of jail because the court system says, yeah, you get to leave jail. I'd like more explanation than what we have as to what's going on here.
He's also...
And I don't understand why the cop didn't say, dude, we have nothing to do with the courts. If they're arresting you and you're asking them, when do I get to see the judge? When am I going to get let out? They will tell you, well, we don't know. It's not up to us. It's the court. So essentially, the cops should be saying the same thing to this guy. Like, this is none of our business. We don't run the courts. We have nothing to do with that. But that's not what he's doing here. So
been passing fraudulent gift certificates to financially harmed.
Fraudulent gift certificates. Does he mean the Guinness World Record?
Oh, I was so confused. I've watched that part like 5 or 6 times. I was like, what's he mean gift certificates?
Yeah. I think he means the world record certificate. This is an award for most Legos stolen by any company in the world.
I mean, arguably, I'd have to talk to Guinness, but allegedly they might deserve the award.
But at this...
Yeah, let's go to Guinness. Do you reckon we should start a public campaign for Guinness? I wonder if we should start a public campaign to lobby Guinness to give BAM the award for the most amount of Lego. Maybe we could do something that's a little less confronting, and then Guinness might be interested. The largest Lego collection lost by a retailer ever. How about that? The largest consignment of Lego ever lost in the world. So I don't know, maybe we should try and lobby Guinness. We've got to brainstorm something that Guinness would buy into, because if it's an accusation like stolen or whatever, that obviously they wouldn't be interested. But there has to be some award that Guinness would be interested in. Oh, but you know what? That would actually be really bad, because then we'd have people out there competing to break that record. And that's the whole thing that's wrong here, right? Right? Maybe that's a bad idea.
At this point, I just need some information so I can tell our staff what is going on, because if I need to go and get some of my staff armed so that he can't threaten them, that's what I need to do. Or they're going to...
You're going to want to see this. So comfortable.
Sorry, I'm just processing that. I think this guy's obnoxious and a liar. Let's just take their side of it. He's rude. He gives out fake Hall of Fame certificates for most stolen Lego, and he's a jerk, and it's not true, and we're innocent. And now he may flee, but he might come to the store. I need to know so we can shoot this mother. If he walks up in here talking about what we did, that man goes down. And you know what? Stand your ground, people. Someone accuses you of stealing a Lego.
Turned it sideways. Kill shot. Kitchen. It's a kill shot.
You pop him a few and see how much.
Oh, God. Thank you, Rose. Jesus Christ. I just sat there and babbled on. What did I say? What did I say? I don't feel like repeating it. So, I'll just read the comments instead. It's rattled on for so long on mute. Thank you, Rose. I think I gave Aussie Insider $20 for premium. I guess that was over a month ago. Thank you so much. You did. And I'm still doing the ads. And you know why? Because I want these guys to pick up the extra couple of bucks since I'm watching their channel. I mean, 300 views before they get $1 in Australian dollars. But I want us to at least, have some of the ad playing so that they get that revenue. I ran into someone referring to Scammon McTheft yesterday. It was hilarious. Please only refer to him by that name. Corrupt or not, not efficient and very boopy. Really a Reno 911 video vibe, sorry. Absolutely. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I muted and forgot I was muted. It's got to happen once every stream, right? I was actually saying that the MSP are probably who I would call the most corrupt. Like so far in the whole who's the most corrupt award, it's just looking at the last couple of years scams. This is what I was saying while I was muted. Just looking at the last few years scams, not scams, what is it? The things that they've been busted for in the last couple of years. There was the CDL scandals was the word I was looking for. There was the CDL scandal, right? The licensing scandal. They were giving kickbacks to people like, if you come and lay my driveway for free, I'll let you off of, your licensing for your truck this year or some just shit like that. And then there was the overtime scandal. And then there was the lab scandal where they were framing people with fake lab results or doctored lab results. Then the Karen Reed trial, obviously there's the whole thing going on with that. They didn't investigate Officer John O'Keefe's death very well. They used solo cups and stop and shop bags and leaf blowers and all this stupid shit. So at this point, I do think that the person who takes the award for the worst police department is in the US has got to be the Mass State Police.
They talk after that.
You and your homies might be lying.
Wait. Let me know if I have to go arm my
Don't
store.
do that to me.
What violent crime has he been alleged with by anybody to say that we got to pop a few in him because he might come into the store and say you guys stole stuff? I feel like when the brilliant men who drafted our Bill of Rights came together and included the right of a well-regulated militia to keep and bear arms, I doubt they meant killing a man for
staff. What is going on? Because if I need to go and get some of my staff armed,
that's
so that
heavy.
he can't threaten them,
because
that's what I need
Australia's
to
like
do.
really
Or
strict
they're going to
with
go
this
find him and rearrest him because he clearly had to have violated.
Australia's really strict with this sort of talk. Like we're allowed to have guns. This is probably the most common misconception. We actually just have really strict rules around having guns, but you're allowed to have them. And one of those strict rules is that you don't talk like this about guns. Well, it's not necessarily a rule, but it's one thing that you don't do if you want to have a license.
Some kind of rule. There's got to be something to stop this guy.
This is a police officer. This isn't Mark Breyer. This is a police officer on this call, apparently, who was just told by a citizen that he's going to go arm his staff against a non-violent person. Reckless bench store.
If you want to understand how things work, especially these days, this...
Whoops.
What did the police officer say to warn this man about his own criminal problems if he does that? By the way, it's probably not illegal in Utah to have a weapon, but where is the counseling of him that, sir, I'm sure you're very upset. I just want to make sure you don't do anything where you're in trouble. Now he's saying, we got to have a way to get this dude. I don't know.
Yeah, that was really crazy. You know, when he was saying, if you don't do something, I'm gonna. And then somehow that gets turned around on Ben, that he's the one making threats. That was a little bit of craziness, right? A bit of craziness. Okay, so I'm going to put the link for he did make some other points, but I'm getting to the point where some of the talk and then all these little music snippets are going to cost me. So I'm going to put the rest of this video into the chat for you to go watch the rest of it. So he made some good points. Like, I was shocked at some of the stuff the police were saying to these people, and I don't understand why anyone's advising them to, to have a shotgun behind a counter in a store where they have families and kids. So crazy town. Anyway, that's the link for, I gotta remember his name now. That's the link for Husband and Wife Law Team. Go watch the video. He's doing some good coverage on this as well. Now I'm going to pull up the barbecue counselor next. He covered some stuff, I think today or yesterday. And I found some of that interesting as well. And I don't think I need to worry too much. 4 hours ago. There you go. Breaking news. That's what we want. Dual screen. Found Aussie insider from YouTube channel showing her digital forensics with CopyZilla. U-Haul screenshots cover up. Will trade my knowledge as former New York bar attorney and Vic Fed certified lawyer for more forensic info. Dude, thank you for the super chat. But yeah, we can trade information. You're welcome to come up and talk about any of this stuff. Like, we need the more the merrier. Please do. I can probably paste. I can actually. Let me just have a look what we've got happening on here first. All right, I can actually post a link in here if you want to come up and talk. Would you like to do that? We've got some breaking news from the barbecue counselor, but if you would like to come up and have a yak dual screen, I can paste a show link in the chat for you. Or something. But thank you for the super chat. Much appreciated. Not now. No. Okay, cool. We shall continue. We shall continue. All right. Share the screen. Some breaking news from the barbecue counselor. 4 hours ago, he released this video. How long is it? 8 minutes. We can do that one.
Breaking news in the Reckless Ben case. Reckless Ben's legal team just filed a second motion to extend the deadline for them to respond to the complaint. What does this mean? Are the parties close to settlement? I'll get into it in this video. As a reminder, I am a practicing attorney. I have over 15 years of experience practicing in federal court and trying cases all over the country. And we have a new way you can support the channel. We have partnered with a company called Small Beans to make some interesting stickers.
Yay! Everybody loves stickers. Thank you so much, Bradley, for that super chat. I love me some Aussie Insider. So fun to listen to. I love the adoration. No, I don't. I really appreciate the donos, and I appreciate that you appreciate my content very much so. No chicken dance. Extend to Reckless Ben. No chicken dance. No deal. All right, so get your stickers for the barbecue counselor on his site. Oh, here we go again. That's all right. We'll give him the view. We'll give him the ad revenue. let a couple of them go. There you go.
Reckless Ben's team asked for an extension for the deadline to respond to the complaint, and that extension was agreed by the plaintiffs and was granted by the court. At the time, I said that extensions are routinely granted, and I expected that this meant because Reckless Ben's team was going to take an extra month to respond to the complaint, it meant that to me that they were likely preparing some sort of motion to dismiss, because motions take much more time to prepare than if Reckless Ben had simply filed an answer and counterclaims to the complaint.
Right, I think he's onto something. It probably is a motion to dismiss. It is the next logical step. We're seeing it happen with the Karen Reid case in both the federal and all the civil spawned cases from that. So I agree with Barbecue Council. That probably is the next logical step. Doesn't mean it's going to get dismissed, but that's the next logical step. And I would probably argue, if I was going to do it, like I haven't watched this yet, so I don't know what Barbecue Council is going to suggest here, but I would probably argue, because looking at the back end of stuff right now, like the data side of stuff, that they actually don't have enough evidence. They literally have to doctor their evidence to make it look like a case. So, dual screen, if you were to have sunk that $20 into a membership, you would have got a way to contact me privately. So, as I was saying earlier, if you join the memberships, you get a way to DM me on Discord and have a conversation, and I can do a voice conversation there, or I can do a group conversation there. I can do just the DM messages, written conversations. So there's a lot of options if you do it that way. And Rose, I appreciate that you said that. Hooray for open source. Should let some of the Aussie commercials run so we can see the difference in our countries. Oh, okay. Cool. The thing is, the commercials are usually based on like anything I've Googled lately, and it's not always what I'm actually Googling. It's, I don't know, I might just be talking with someone and I might mention, washing powder, and next minute freaking 50 ads for washing powder comes up. So but I'll let them play out. We'll see what's up there.
And those are the two ways that you respond when you get a complaint. You either file a motion to dismiss, or you file your answer and counterclaims. So then today would have been the deadline to file that motion. And we were all eagerly looking on the court docket to see if Reckless Ben's team actually did file that motion.
Also, let me just add, goodness, hang on a second. Let me just add, if I played the ads that YouTube chooses, and any song or music in that ad is has a copyright on it, they will actually strike my channel or remove the video altogether, which they did do. There's an Australian ad for LMC insurance with the nest egg. They took what's her name? Shit, I can't even think of her name. Avril Lavigne's song, I think. And I think they've got the rights to use it, but then YouTube chose to play it on my stream while I was watching someone else. I was actually watching my own video. YouTube chose to play it on my own video that I was rewatching. And I ended up getting done for I think the video got removed altogether. So that was fun. So yeah, I just got to watch that to make sure that whatever ad I do let play out doesn't have copyrighted music in it.
Well, they did something else. Instead, they filed a second request to extend the time to respond to the complaint, now to the first week of September. So let's look at that document, and then I'll get into the analysis about what I think this means for the case. Okay, so on the screen here, we have the filing that Reckless Ben's legal team just made. It is titled the second unopposed motion to extend deadline to respond to the complaint. And like I said, a response, normally either a motion or you file your answer and counterclaims. And typically you don't say which one you're doing. They filed this, again, in the case, it is filed only by Ben Snyder and Victor Nguyen and the Reckless Ben side of the defense, although Brian Mansell filed a similar document last Friday. And here it just simply says, Reckless Ben's team moves the court to extend the deadline to respond to the complaint to Wednesday, September 2nd, 2026.
So I'll just point out that just because they're not filing as an entire group, just because they are listed as defendants as a group, they don't necessarily have to file as a group. So I don't think that that means much at all. Someone mentioned that a little earlier. I'm not sure who it was. Might have been Pun King. So we see in the Karen Reed case, there's different reasons that you're filing. Like for her personally, she was a defendant accused of murder. So she has a different argument than the person that she's been listed in the lawsuit with. His argument, that's Aidan Carney, who's also known as Total Boy. His argument is, I'm covering a story in my local area. So they're two completely different arguments. So that's another reason you might file separately. You'll probably see that Brian Mansell has a different argument because it was his Lego set that was stolen, and he asked these guys to do this, to like put some eyeballs on the case for him. And then, you know, Ben and Victor have a different argument because they were the ones asked to do it, and they're the ones that got the eyeballs on it for Brian Mansell. So there's two different ways that they're treating the arguments, I guess. Or even the dismissals, I imagine, are going to be two different arguments. So
first week of September now, an additional month of time to respond. Plaintiff's counsel agrees to this extension, meaning they're not going to oppose it, and it is submitted prior to the expiration of the current deadline, although that deadline expired at midnight tonight, so they were cutting it really close, and does not interfere with any other court order or other case deadlines, so there's no prejudice caused by the extension. So that's basically it. Let's talk about what I think this means. So first off, like I said, they were cutting it really close. Hopefully the judge acts on this by midnight tonight, because if the judge doesn't act on it in time, Ben's team may still need to file their motion. Just asking for an extension of time doesn't automatically give it to you. You have to file the request, and the judge has to get back to you. That was why Brian's team filed it late last week. So they're doing this the very day that they filed the motion. Now, does that mean Reckless Ben's team was being dilatory or that they were not on the ball? No, I don't think that's what this means at all. I expect that the fact that Brian's team filed the request for extension last week and Ben didn't last week told me that a settlement was likely close with Brian, but not close with Ben. And so Ben's legal team, as of Friday afternoon, was probably still expecting to respond to the complaint today.
See, that's what I'm talking about. They got two different arguments. Brian might settle with BAM if they offer to pay him for his Legos. If they've sold them, fine. It's a cash settlement. If they haven't sold them and they're still in the store and they're going to give them back to him, that's fine too. So there's that for Ben's argument. Sorry, for Brian Mansell's argument. Ben's argument's completely different. He was targeted for putting the eyeballs on it. So Ben's argument is going to be a lot more like Aidan Carney's argument in the Karen Reed case, because the only reason he's being charged with anything and being sued civilly is because he reported on the Karen Reed case. So the same thing works with the with this case. Ben was just reporting on it and exposing, the shenanigans. So he's just the reporter. So he's very much in the same boat as Aidan Carney is in the Karen Reed case. Different arguments altogether.
However, something likely change. Now, I'm not in the room. I don't know. I'm going only off of my experience of having litigated cases for 15 years and knowing how these situations play out. Something changed between Friday and today that has caused a change in strategy by Ben's team. Rather than proceeding to respond to the complaint, like I think they were originally expecting to, they are now asking for more time themselves.
Have you ever seen a product that transforms any ordinary space into a dreamy underwater world in just 1 second? Meet the Kamau Immersive Ocean Projector, the mood light that's taking the market by storm. Over 100,000.
In most situations.
That's not an Australian ad, by the way. That's just a one of those drop ship kind of corny, cheesy, corny ads. But wait, there's more.
Where I've seen something like this, the reason why you have a second extension request to respond to the complaint is because the parties are close to settlement. And so when I said earlier, I think I said it on my live stream over the weekend, that I thought Brian's team was close to settlement, that was true because they had filed a second request for an extension and likely were planning to use that time to negotiate and finalize a settlement. Now Ben's team has done the same thing, and the same analysis applies here. They must have gotten closer to a settlement over the weekend, or settlement must have become more likely, because rather than proceeding with their original plan to respond to the complaint today, they've now kind of at the last minute changed course and are now themselves asking for the extension. In most situations, that happens because the parties have gotten closer to settlement. So what do I think has happened here? Something happened over the weekend, or something happened this morning that has gotten the parties closer to settlement. What exactly that means, I have absolutely no idea. I'm reading the tea leaves the same as the rest of you are.
Oh my God. Did they do the chicken dance? Does that mean they do the chicken dance? Because that's all Ben wanted, right? Do you think Ben got them to do the chicken dance and filmed it and went, okay, I'll settle with you? Because I don't know that Ben wanted much more than a chicken dance, right? And maybe a street to be named after him. Live lemonade from Kaiser, Oregon. Anyone need some stolen Star Wars Lego? I wonder what the settlement is going to be, because I can't see Bam totally coming to the party and like fessing up that they did any of this stuff. Whatever the settlement is, it's coming. The lenience is coming from Ben and Brian. So I'm thinking, let's say Bam said to Brian, all right, we'll give all your Lego back, or we'll pay you for your share of the Lego. And that we know that Ben already said multiple times he doesn't want any money. He doesn't want to sue anyone. He doesn't want anything out of this. He just wants Brian to get his Lego back. Then that would explain why he's on the precipice following what Brian's doing. So that might make sense. He just wanted them to admit they are all liars from Liarsville. Bradley, I don't think that Ben even wanted that from them. He just wanted a chicken dance and a street named after him.
Just applying my experience having been in situations like this representing clients. So to me, I think it's possible now that between now and the new deadline, which is September 2nd, we may see a settlement on Reckless Ben's side. So this case may be getting closer to going away. They may be mediating, they may be negotiating, and maybe that's being productive. I don't know. I'm not in the room. I've never spoken with Ben or any of his legal team, so I'm not sure what exactly is going on. It just looks to me like things are getting closer to settlement. So that's it for today. A very short update for you all. I was hoping I'd have a lengthy motion or some counterclaims to report to you, but it could mean something even better. This could mean, while not as great for views on my channel, it may mean that this dispute is actually reaching settlement, that maybe we're getting to a point where the parties are actually engaging in a productive dialogue to resolve their dispute. That's it for today. I hope you found this entertaining, informative, and educational.
You are super. Let me put this in the chat so everyone can go and check it out. I won't play it all the way through so that there's at least something left for you to watch. All right. Holy shit. I thought I was on mute then. All right. So I think the barbecue counselor could be right. If they come to the party with Brian Mansell, I can't see Ben wanting to continue anything. That was always his argument, right? He didn't want any money out of it. He doesn't want to sue anyone. He doesn't want any of that hassle. He's just like, do the chicken dance for me. So that I kind of get that. I get that feeling with Ben that he's actually being genuine. I don't think it's just what he's saying on camera. I actually do feel that he might be genuine about that. But I'm not a great judge of personality, so I don't know. I would have to consult my mods. They're far better judges of personality than I am. So, all right, one more thing I want to talk about. I want to go through, let me just have a look at some of the stupidity. I want to go back to Karen Reid stuff just as a top off. So, oh yeah, Voss is like self-owning over here on X. It's so funny. She's such a moron. All right, let's go to the boss thing because it's funny. I'm just going to fill in anyone who doesn't know what's going on with the boss thing. We'll do it that way. Yep. The boss thing. So basically, yeah, she's doing the whole cell phone thing. So she posted, in recent days, Boston defender David Yannetti has made baseless allegations about my work and Boston Magazine. Contrary to his claims in numerous tweets, we issued 2 clarifications, including one providing additional context around a text message between himself and Aidan Carney. We stand 100% behind the in-depth reporting and fact-checking. Is that what you did? You fact-checked, did you? In the story. Concerned citizens await his response to facts revealed about his professional conduct and participation in the campaign to acquit Karen Reid. And, clarification isn't what he asked for. So, the fact that she's saying, here's the clarification that we made, you first have to see, I guess, what was it that she said about him. So she basically took a text. So Aidan Carney's ex-girlfriend somehow got hold of his phone extraction that he didn't even have access to, sent it to the other side that's trying to put him in jail, and they cherry-picked statements between Aidan Carney and David Yannetti and other lawyers. I think it was only Yannetti, might have been maybe an Alan Jackson text in there as well, totally misquoting what they were talking about. And Yannetti called her out on it. So he was like, yeah, that's not true. Let me find it. I think he actually says what it was that she somewhere here. God, they went after his wife after this. That was the Juna Perkins. Juna Perkins. I don't know how you say her name. Here it was. He says, hey, Linda Pizzuti, do you have any editors these days at Boston Magazine, or have they all taken the summer off? Well, I anxiously await the correction, not clarification, correction you must publish to the shoddy reporting of Gretchen Boss. Please also tell John Henry that our beloved Red Sox could use a couple of bats at the trade deadline. So, where was it? There was a bouncy house. Yeah, I'm going to come back to that in a second. I'm trying to find what she actually said about him. But if I go back to her post, she'll tell you what she corrected. What she corrected was, this story has been updated to accurately reflect that Aidan Carney's phone extraction became public by his now former girlfriend. The story has also been updated to remove any ambiguity about the context of a message from defense attorney David Yannetti to Carney. When Yannetti wrote, "These bastards deserve all the scorn we're giving them," he was referring to the Massachusetts State Police, not the people who are suing Karen and Aidan for witness intimidation, for conspiring to witness intimidate, defame, whatever the hell their accusations are. So that's what the whole hullabaloo is about. But the fact that Gretchen Voss claims that she fact-checked in the story, a lot of people are calling her out on that. Like, first of all, the bouncy castle. Did she fact-check the bouncy castle? Someone said that to her, but did she fact-check it? And I don't think she fact-checked the bouncy castle. Someone's blipping me. Who's blipping me? Who blipped? I don't know who blipped it at me. Not sure who's blipping me. Okay. Let's go. Oh my God, you're not seeing anything that I'm telling you here. I thought I shared it. Oh, look at that. I thought I shared it with you so you could see what I was talking about. And I hadn't. That might be someone blipping me a messages telling me you haven't shared it. I apologize. Anyway, she's getting owned. She owned gold herself here because she tried to say that she fact-checked everything. I pointed out the bouncy castle, which I'm going to show you in a second. The topic Yannetti replied to, which is she is only like clarification, not correction. Concerned citizens await David Yannetti's response. This is Olivia Lambo. She's a major player in the Karen Reid circles. Revealed about his professional conduct and participation in the campaign to acquit Karen Reid. His participation to acquit Karen Reid. So defending an innocent client is not, what is it? Isn't defending the rights of a client and successfully acquitting them precisely the job of a criminal defense attorney like Mr. Yannetti? Precisely. So I doubt she even knows the meaning of fact check. Exactly wonderful of it. I don't think she knows what it means either, and neither do a lot of her little followers. Aidan wrote, "You wrote and published things that were factually untrue and had to be publicly corrected." And he also points out, corrections are not clarifications. They are totally different words. Stop lying, Gretchen. Anxious to read your next reporting on Mike Vrabel's campaign to win the Super Bowl. There's so much. She got so own goal that everyone's up her ass. But what she's going to do now, she's going to turn around and go, "I'm being harassed. The non-organic carrot-free Karen Reid movement are harassing me." Not, I printed a stupid story and didn't fact check any of this shit. I'm going to show you now the Jumpy Castle. The Jumpy Castle. Hang on. Where did the Jumpy Castle go? It might have been, maybe it was this one. Oh, come on. Where's the Jumpy Castle? I'll find it for you in a second. Here. There it is, right there. See that Jumpy Castle? So her claim in her article was that this Jumpy Castle was the Free Karen Reid protesters hired a Jumpy Castle because they weren't taking the case seriously, basically. That was her claim in her article. The problem is this is actually a church gathering. This is a church event, and the church hired the Jumpy Castle. And there's some sort of strict rules around hiring the Jumpy Castles because, you know, safety and all that shit. The strict rules, like Karen Reid's guys wouldn't have been able to hire this to just have it at a turnout in the streets protesting. That's not how the liability side of this works. The church could do it on church grounds because the liability matches. So so that was one of the things I was pulling her up on. Like, you fact check this. You fact check that it was actually the church that had the Jumpy Castle and not the Karen Reid crew making fun of anybody. So so she's just getting ratioed, like chronically ratioed, like hardcore, because she's a dumb bitch. She doesn't understand what fact checking is. I would like to play this for you, but I can't because it's so totally unhinged, and the stuff that he says, YouTube's going to knock me offline for. I cannot show you that one, but it's unhinged. And the point I'm making here is that they're trying to make out that Aidan Carney, Toto Boy, was this unhinged. That's why they're trying to jail him, because they're trying to make out that he was this unhinged as this particular recording, but he wasn't. I mean, he said stuff and it was his opinion, and a lot of it was he was angry with them for going after him and putting him in jail. There's a lot of anger there, but there was never any threats of what this recording is actually threatening Hank Brennan's life, like crazy threats for 46 seconds. I never heard Aidan Carney do any of that shit. But this guy here, a Massachusetts person who did this, threatened Hank Brennan, the special prosecutor in the Karen Reid case, he's still walking free. Meanwhile, Aidan Carney is facing 140 years in jail for doing less. So that was the point of that little vent. Also, share the shit out of my video for tomorrow. Guys, wherever you're on Discords or whatever social, share it out, because Team YouTube are not being much of a team right now. They're throttling my Reckless Ben videos. I don't know what the problem is. It's the same kind of work that I'm doing with the Karen Reid case. I just changed the topic. I don't see why I should have to only cover one topic to get reach, but apparently that's how the algorithm's working at the moment. So please share it out so we can do this the old way. Also, Crystal and Ben know what I found in the metadata. I don't want to give it away too much because I want to keep something for the stream tomorrow. So that's interesting, which is what I was trying to sort of say before to whoever it was that reached out to Crystal and Ben for me. They probably told him we'd already reached out to each other, but I didn't want to spoil tomorrow's show by saying that out aloud. So I didn't say it aloud. I just said it under my breath, okay? Oh, the love language. Excuse me. The love language of these people is just crazy. Like you read all of our posts and we're being sarcastic, we're being funny. We are pointing out, why must I keep you in suspense? Because you haven't emailed me, Rose. If you'd emailed me, I wouldn't have had to keep you in suspense. I would have had you help me find the thing that I was looking for. When you read all of our posts, you know, we're generally pointing out the hypocrisy, we're being funny about, you know, the way that they're carrying on, sarcastic, pointing out the science, you know, calling each other, you know, patting each other on the back, calling each other out. But theirs is freaking hate. Like, look, count how many times this biatch types hate. She's replied to one post, someone else's post. It's not even her thread. It's actually Goat Boy's thread. And count how many times she typed hate in that. It's ridiculous. And this is what BAM is doing in their case. They're acting like they're the victims, but they're the ones using all the hateful terminology to describe what's going on. Right? So, yeah. So we just had the same thing. For anyone who wants to know, this is Kerry Roberts' cousin, I think. That's why she's going, hate, 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 hate. Hey, Goat Boy. So Kerry Roberts is one of the witnesses in the Karen Reid case, for those who don't know. Anyway, and then some of you're just going to be like so familiar with some of this crap, right? So this is about Microdots. All right, YouTube channel, Microdots. Go watch him. Does great 3D recreations. He actually was hired by Karen's team to do some 3D demonstrations for the jury. All right, he's allowed to do that, incidentally. It's not against the law. This is one of the witnesses. So Higgy Bear, or Brian Higgins, right? One of the people who was in the house where Officer John O'Keefe was last seen alive. He's trying to get Tully to arrest Microdots because he doesn't like what he's publishing on his YouTube channel. And I beg all of ya, go watch Microdots' YouTube channel and tell me you don't like it. Good night, Corn Pope. Thanks for popping in. It is late there, and I have been going for a while, so I was aiming for around the 3 hours. So, yeah. So they're basically doing the same thing to Microdots that BAM's doing to Reckless Ben. Just because you're the one who makes the video that explains shit to people doesn't mean that you're doing something illegal. He says, I'm writing to report on a pattern of witness intimidation and harassment. Harassment by Microdots, who I believe resides in Quincy, Massachusetts. Microdots is also known as Microdots. I'm not saying his actual name, okay? Based on publicly available information, appears to own and operate an LLC. He's allowed to. Higgy Bear. Microdots operates the YouTube channel Microdots. He's allowed to. Higgy Bear, which currently has 31,000 subscribers. Yeah, 20,000 of them are mine. I sent them all there. No, he's making it big in his own right. But I did play a lot of his videos, try to get him an audience, like tried to make sure people were going there to watch his videos, just like I'm doing today, which I better do since I'm talking about it. Microdots. Microdots. There he is. Oh, he's up to 103,000 Wow, he's cruising, guys. So that's because his work's really good. Like, you don't get that many followers if you're crap. Anyway, he's shone a light on a lot of things. Approximately 4.5 likes on his Facebook page. What? 4.5 thousand likes. This page contains links to dropmicrodots.com, which is listed as the official Microdots store and predominantly sells Karen Reed related products. Where's the law being broken here, Higgy? You are a freaking federal agent. How do you not know that all of that is totally legal? Additionally, Microdots maintains a second Facebook page under his real name. Microdots began targeting me through the creation and dissemination of videos on YouTube. These videos, the majority of which are narrated, focus on footage of myself and other Commonwealth witnesses at the Waterfall Bar and Grill on January 28th, and suggest that I was responsible for or conspired with others regarding the death of Officer John O'Keefe. And guess what, Higgy Bear? That was Karen Reed's third-party culprit defense. You can't say that's witness intimidation. That's actually her third-party culprit defense. Moron. And if you look at Microdot's videos, I'm going to go show you the channel, but I won't play any of the videos because he's like cruising along and I'd like him to get the views, but I'm just going to show you like the thumbnails. There's very few of them that are actually about Higgy. The videos. See, that's not about Higgy. That's about a different case that he's covering. That's about Karen Reed. That's about the McAlberts, except not targeting Higgy because he wasn't there for that part, was he? Right? Karma is showing what Karen Reed's third-party defense was about. This is about Michael Morrissey going after Karen Reed. What was the date of this? Let me just go back and quickly look at the date. March 21, 2025. So I'm looking for a little over a year ago, right? Okay, from here. This one's about Kelly Dever. Stupid cowed Kelly Dever who somehow saw shit that she didn't see, apparently. The McAlberts interview, Higgy wasn't involved in that. This was the day Karen Reed was acquitted and filming, people leaving and celebrating the fact that we did it. This one was about Jennifer McCabe when the feds came to the door and the ice cream truck story. That was so funny. Right? This one's about how did Karen see John? Was it possible that she saw him laying on the lawn from the car? That's about Karen Reed. Lucky's view, when Lucky went past with the plow, could he have seen John? This is the part in the trial where that was where Lucky was questioned, both sides, cross and direct and cross. That's what that video covers. And this is all his own work. This is all his own 3D recreations, basically. So, he's popular in his own right. This is organic popularity because his work's good. Everyone likes his work. So here we go. This is where Higgins Canton PD footage is analysed. So analysing the footage of you is, what was it Higgy said? Harassing, targeting and harassing him. Well, it wasn't Microdot's fault that footage came up in trial. That was actually who brought up, help me out guys, who introduced the Higgy videos? Wasn't it the prosecution? Wasn't it Hank Brennan? He knew the defense were going to do it anyway. So I think it was Hank Brennan who actually ended up questioning someone about Higgins' time at the Sally Port. Was it Guarino? I forget who he questioned now. It was all over a year ago. My mind's like flooded. But basically, I think it was Hank Brennan who actually put that footage in front of the jury, not Karen Reed, and certainly not any of Microdot's stuff. So that's what he was analyzing there in that video. Go watch it if you want to. What was Higgins doing? It's a question. It's posed as a question. That's not targeting him. It's like, why are you at Sally Port at 1 o'clock in the morning when you swore in the first trial that you didn't go to Sally Port at 1 in the morning? Or when you did, that you only moved some cars around, that you weren't really there and you didn't go to the what's the room where Deva was? Where dispatch is monitoring all the cameras. He said he didn't go to that room. Well, if you're going to lie on the stand and then we get footage of you doing the thing you said you didn't do, how is that targeting you? Dude. So he's actually he's just being a freaking Karen. I don't want to say it that way because it insinuates that I think Karen is a Karen, but she's not. She's the only one acting like a fucking adult here. They're all acting like freaking babies, crying about the stupidest shit. So why can't Microdots analyze the video that Hank Brennan put in front of the jury and made public to all of us because it was streamed publicly? Did they ever ask Higgy what was in the bag that he moved from one car to the other? I don't think he testified in the second trial. I'm sure that would have been on their list though. So yeah, as far as I'm concerned, they're just being freaking crybabies. Like, grow the F up. You're supposed to be a federal agent. How are you afraid for your life because some dude named Microdots made a 3D graphic representation to try and work out analyzing your freaking videos? They're gaslighting us. Exactly, Bradley. They're just gaslighting everyone. But see, I don't think they see it as gaslighting. They are just so good at pretending they are victims. This is very typical abuser behavior. They're the victims. You can't be a victim. I'm the victim. It's typical abuser behavior. I don't think they even think that they're gaslighting us or think that they're even doing it on purpose. They just genuinely are abusers who think that they are the victims. Hello, Fervent. Good to see you, buddy. Good to see you. I'm just doing a little venting here about the whole last week's drop. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that. This is all coming out because of every Friday, for those who don't know, the DA is dropping FOIA discovery requests. So we've got I forget how many are doing it now, but we've got like 4 or 5 different people out there FOIA requesting information from the DA on the case. So Judge Bev ended up removing the seal from a lot of the stuff. There's some stuff is still sealed, but most of it is still has been unsealed now. So she removed all of that. Now everyone's just hammering the DA's office, and because so many people are doing it, we're just hoping that, you know, what this person can't get, this person might accidentally get, because they're getting different people attending to their FOIA requests. So you might get it through one avenue, but you might not get it through the other. It depends how it's worded. So everyone's like doing it, basically going after the same stuff, but wording their things separately and differently and whatever, and then sharing it with each other so we know what's out there. So instead of trying to reply to all of us, everyone individually, the DA is just releasing them as a dump on their own file share on their website. So, so that's what happens every Friday. We get a new dump. We get a new bunch of stuff to talk about. And this letter from Higgy going after microdots was one of those things. Kerry's Sandra Bullock moment where she's bitching about the internet. I mean, how ignorant do you have to be to not understand that this is how the internet works? Higgy Bear's complaining, "Oh my god, the internet's talking about me." Well, that's what happens when you get involved in a high profile case. It probably wasn't high profile when you tried to frame her, but it became high profile because you tried to frame her. So that's not entirely the internet's fault. That's kind of your fault. You know, you could have just called 911 when John went down at the house and saved his life. You know, that would have been the smart thing to do. And then the internet wouldn't be talking about you. The integrity of our legal system depends on protecting the civil rights of law enforcement officers and witnesses. Does it get any more fucking crybaby? How about this, Carrie Roberts? How about the defendant actually has civil rights too? How about that? Didn't you think about her civil rights when you started this mission? Of course not. Freaking crybabies. As a citizen of Canton and witness in this case, as well as a friend of the O'Keefe family, I'm disgusted at the lack of intervention on behalf of the victim's family, law enforcement officers, and us witnesses over the past year and a half. Oh, it's so fucking victim, right? The funny thing about Kerry Roberts is, before she got noticed by the internet, she was telling everybody that she hopes, because Peggy, hang on, John O'Keefe's mum, Peggy, called Kerry and Jen, who cooked all this story up to get Karen Reid charged. She called them Peggy's Angels, and they sent texts to each other saying, "Oh," Kerry was like, "I hope Sandra Bullock plays me in the movie." So, like, acting like you didn't think you were going to be the center of attention is, before you were the center of attention, already texting about being the center of attention, is kind of lame, don't you think? It's kind of lame duck. So, yeah, it's just like crybabies. Michael Proctor's civil rights. Oh my God. You're talking about the Michael Proctor that everybody is now running around with cameras following, like including the mainstream media, because his picture being snapped anywhere is worth like big money to the mainstream media right now. You're talking about that Michael Proctor. He sent all those mean, horrible texts about all the people. That one. So it's just a whole bunch of freaking baby cry. Like, grow the F up, people. Norfolk Superior Court can't save you from the internet, all right? If you want to be saved from you want to cancel the entire internet, you're going to have to go a little bit further than just Norfolk Superior Court. They can't cancel the entire internet. Like, here in Australia, we got this dumb broad who we call E-Karen. Again, it's not paying out on Karen herself, but she's an E-Karen. She's trying to cancel the internet. She's already cancelled the internet for anyone under 16. Now she wants to cancel the rest of it for all of us. Like, do you really want to live in a country that cancels the internet? Hello. His presence, along with the protesters, like inverted commas, the problem with that, Kerry, is that you're trying to sue him saying that he wasn't protesting, he wasn't petitioning the government. That's a problem with you acknowledging that in your little email here. Who were allowed to create a disruptive and disrespectful environment outside of the courtroom. No, they weren't. They ended up being pushed back, 100, 200 meters buffer, remember? The courtroom actually did do that for you. But still being a crybaby about it when you fucking won that bit of the battle. I'm so looking forward to it all imploding. Me too, wonderful. This is going to be the fun part, right? When this all implodes in their faces, because little bit by little bit, it is imploding. Even though we're not seeing it like straight away, it is little bit by little bit imploding in their faces. This is what's going to happen with the McNeffs, right? With the COO and the CEO. This is all going to explode in their face because they're up against the whole world now. They will cry about being up against the whole world. They will bawl their eyes out, just like these guys are. But they didn't have to be witnesses. Like just imagine, all right, just imagine you didn't see anything. All right? You didn't see what happened to John O'Keefe. You didn't see him get hit by the car. You didn't see anything except you were at a bar with them earlier in the night and they seemed happy and they didn't seem drunk. Just imagine that that's what you've got to testify to, and then you throw yourself in the deep end and try to become fucking Charlie's Angels and act like you know everything about what happened with shit you didn't even see, and then pretend like, oh, the internet's coming after me, I'm the victim. But just imagine you're the one who has no information whatsoever about how Officer John O'Keefe died, but you insert yourself to try and pretend you know what happened to Officer John O'Keefe by making up stories and filling in gaps that the prosecution's missing. Just imagine that's you. And then sitting around bawling about it. No, you're not going to get Sandra Bullock playing you, but I'm pretty sure Matt Damon's going to pick the right person. Some, like, you know, little chubby, uninteresting chick to play Kerry Roberts. So, looking forward to the movie. Anyone else looking forward to the... So, it's a slow float. That's right, wonderful. It's a slow float. And the same stuff is going to happen to BAM. All right, people, once this is out there, it's big. Everyone's talking about them. Everyone's digging into all their business. Same thing's happening with BAM. Like, these people over here in the Karen case, they're not special. They're not unique. This is just what happens when shit gets real. Inevitable. Exactly. It's inevitable. Shit got real on all of y'all. BAM's just starting to realize how real that is. These guys, they have had full doses of what real actually looks like, and they're still crying about it. So, I mean, imagine inserting yourself and then crying that it didn't work. So, just to punch all of that home and finish on the Karen Reid topic, let's get... I have to remember the guy's name. What was his name again? Help me out. Have I got a supermod in the house? Charlie DeLaRouche, I think. Charlie DeLaRouche. I think that's it. Yes. Here we go. Charlie DeLaRouche. I'm sure that's French. Right. Now, if I drop this out of a tab for the purpose of the exercise, oh shit, I lost the tab. Oh, where'd that go? Hang on. There it is. If I drop this out like so, and then I turn this on, hopefully it only works for one and not both. Is my voice still the same volume? Or did I just get boosted? Tell me whether I just got louder or not, because this should work. so that I boost this and not myself. It was awesome. I'm going to play through some of it for the rest of the audience to see why we are so upset about the way they are all carrying on like they're victims. Because 2 juries saw all this evidence now, and this is what they think about that evidence. Okay. Okay, cool, it worked. Thank you. All right. Let's go. Is that good for you guys? Working? And here's the thing. This is Fisher College's law department having this conversation and brought him in to talk about the case. Like they're teaching students about this case because it was all so bad. Is that not working? All right, wait. All right. Wait a minute. Why isn't it sharing? Hang on, let me just work out what's going on. I've got Chrome, I've got it shared. I'm sorry. That might have been a fail. Why can't you share it that way? Let me try this one.
Killing of
Can you hear that
America's
one?
most wanted crime boss and Patriots Day, which was adapted into the acclaimed film starring Mark Wahlberg. Now, I've covered over 200 homicides in my career, including the reinvestigation of my aunt's murder in the Boston Strangler case. That investigation is now the subject of the #1 rated true crime documentary in America called Boston Strangler Unheard.
Is that one better? Are we all hearing this one? I think it depends how I share it. I did go at night. That's better? It's working. All right. Thank you. All right. It was just the way I was sharing it. Gotcha. All right. Let's go.
Confession by Charlie Deloach, better known as juror #1, the jury foreman for the second Karen Reed murder trial. Charlie, thank you for your participation today. So folks, this is going to be a fascinating conversation, and then we're going to open the discussion up for some Q&A. Does that sound good to everybody? Excellent. So let's start with just a little preamble for those of you who don't know about the Karen Reed case. In the early morning hours of January 29, 2022, during an intense snowstorm, the body of Boston police officer John O'Keefe is found lying in the snow outside the home of fellow Boston police officer Brian Albert at 34 Fairview Road in Canton, Massachusetts. The medical examiner rules the cause of death was blunt impact injuries to the head. Now, O'Keefe's girlfriend is arrested, and a Norfolk County grand jury indicts her on second-degree murder, manslaughter, and while operating on the influence of alcohol charges and charges for leaving the scene of personal injury and death. Her name is Karen Reed, and she goes on trial in May 2023, and that trial ends up in a hung jury.
All right, guys, I'm going to let you go through this whole intro and the start of Charlie Duroch's interview because I want to go make a coffee. So I'm going to mute myself. Hopefully I don't mute the video and go make a coffee, all right?
But DA Michael Morrissey, he insists he's going to try Karen Reed again. This time, he brings in a special prosecutor. His name is Hank Brennan, who had previously defended and befriended notorious mob boss, cold-blooded killer James Whitey Bulger. Jury selection for trial number 2 begins on April 1st, April Fool's Day, 2025. Charlie, is that the first time that you entered that courtroom in Dedham?
Yes. It was the first time I entered the courtroom in Dedham. And I didn't think I was going to get picked.
So why didn't you think, first of all, you said you didn't want to get picked. Now, why didn't you think you would get picked in the first place?
Because I was trying to be home by 12, so. But it didn't happen that way. I got picked at 11:45.
Now, you were telling me that you knew a little bit about the case going in, but you kind of played dumb because you didn't want to get picked. And did that serve you, or did that serve the prosecution and defense?
It backfired on me because I was the first one picked. So, yeah.
So it took 15 days to seat this jury. Can you talk a little bit about the makeup of the jury itself? You know, the number of men, the number of women, some of their backgrounds, if you got to know them?
It was 9 men, 9 women, 3 black, 2 Hispanic, and the rest was Caucasian. So, yeah.
So I would offer to bet that you were probably the only juror who'd been selected who had actually seen violent crime up close and personal. I want to talk about, where you grew up and how you grew up, Charlie.
I was born and raised in Bromley Heath Projects in Jamaica Plain in the early 80s. I'm number 6 out of 7 kids in my family. We all lived in, like a 5-bedroom. Mm-hmm. And there was always shootings, whatever you want to say, outside my window. My father kind of sheltered us from a lot of it, but it was at a point where me and my brothers used to kind of figure out what gun that was or whatever. Oh, is that
just by the sound of the gunshot?
By the sound or whatever. At times it got really bad where we had to sleep next to the wall and lower our beds and stuff so there wouldn't be stray bullets or anything coming through our windows. Yeah.
So, you were a youngster during the time of the infamous Charles Stewart case, when a married white husband murdered his pregnant wife and then blamed it on a black man. Now, what did it feel like, dealing with Boston cops who were turning around every urban neighborhood in the city at that time?
Well, it was scary for my dad, my mom's, because at that time I was probably like 10 years old, but when I was 10 years old, I was also 5'10". So I didn't look like a little boy or a 10-year-old boy. I looked like a man. So me, my other 2 brothers, we always would walk together so we wouldn't, if one got in trouble, other one ran, other one stayed. So we always, if we even went to the store, we went anywhere outside, it was 3 of us. Or same thing with my sisters and everything. It was 3 of us, we leave out or whatever. But in the height of like the Charles Stewart case, it was scary because they was targeting black men, and a lot of us, did we get stopped? Yes, we got stopped multiple times. Where you going? Where you coming from? Do you live around here? And this is the cops and everything. So.
And then when you learn that it was actually a husband who had blamed an African American for the murder of his pregnant wife, how did you feel about that after being harassed on the street so long?
I just felt like it was just another day in a certain way, because it's from what I used to deal with in the projects of getting stopped and harassed by, and we didn't have normal like police officers. It was BHA, Bromley Heath authorities. I mean, no, it was what do you call it? We had our own police for the projects, and it wasn't Boston Housing Authorities didn't come in until '99 or whatever, after the big raid and everything. But they had their own police authority. They had a couple of cops that always would harass us and stuff like that if you walk through a certain building or anything like that. So it was always you watching someone either get slammed to the ground when the term.
Sorry, muted. I have to wonder if Auntie Bev was thinking that he would judge Karen for being a white woman, you know, like a middle-class white woman or something. I think I don't know how to explain that dynamic in America, but it seems like they thought there would be, is it reverse racism? I don't know. I think that's like, I think that was what she was aiming for, that he would see her, Karen, as like entitled white person trying to get away with murder because of his color. And wow, did she underestimate this dude, because he has the smarts all going. I'll tell you what he did that I couldn't do. He sat through that whole freaking trial, took in all of that evidence, understood exactly what bits went where and why and how, and he never took any notes. Like, he stopped taking notes after, I think he said witness number 2 or 3. He'll tell you in a minute. And I couldn't have done that myself. Like, I would have had journals full of notes. But he did it all. He was just like, all right, I see where we're going. And when he went into the jury room, he knew exactly which pieces of evidence were where and what, and like had it all sorted in his head. I couldn't have done that. He was awesome, exactly wonderful. She was aiming for a hung jury, right? She just wanted one person to be able to say no. When you see the way that it ended up, she actually stumbled over herself because she couldn't believe she didn't get the hung jury. Like the last bit, she was like, hang on, what did you say? And made him repeat himself. She was like, what? Anyway, but this is his history, and this is why it wasn't what she thought he wasn't going to be the way she thought he would be.
The term was a high tech to the neck. So they would put their boot on your neck so you won't move, so they could search you and stuff. So this was just something I was privy to. It was like normal to me in a certain aspect, but just another day in the projects.
Just another day in the projects, and you really kind of had to, defend yourself, protect your friends.
Well, yeah, it was more or less like you watch what you say to certain people and certain cops that was there, so there was, in that raid, a lot of those cops was dealing and doing everything inside the projects also. But
So the cops are the criminals oftentimes in that case.
So that's just a different story. But
so let's get back to the Reed case here. So Judge Bev Canoni selected you to serve as jury foreman. Why do you think she did that?
I don't know, but from what I heard, they select the first one, but maybe she thought
He was
I wasn't going to
indeed,
be
Scotty.
able to sway the rest of them or whatever. But I mean, I didn't take one note. I didn't have to after the first witness. It was just like, oh, okay, I see where this is going. So, as we all know, you can smell bullshit from a mile away, but but that's what it was. And then after the first one, not even knowing that if the guy had a coat on or not, and you're EMT, and you don't know if a guy has a coat on, and hypothermia and all this other stuff. It was just fishy already to me.
So you got to visit the crime scene, 34 Fairview Road in Canton. What did you notice about the crime scene that you thought was a little unusual?
Well, they was trying to direct us towards looking at the house, looking at the back of the car, and looking at the height of the car, looking at the ledge that sticks out. I mean, the spoiler that sticks out from the back of the car, and I was focused on the berm that was on the ground, and I was like, if she's supposed to back up and hit him with force, and she would have to stop, or you would have heard a screech, and none of that was said. There was a screech or anything. No one ran out the house hearing her, got him getting hit or anything like that. It was just like, there's more to this story. And I just was like, it was more like Karen, prosecution. And
you noticed a rock on the property, right? That you thought was a little
There was
suspicious?
a rock on the property, but we were supposed to strike that from our minds or whatever it was, but that didn't leave my mind still, because the rock said Albert on it. I was like, if they sold the house.
This was years after they sold the house.
If they already sold the house, then why would someone keep the name of Albert in their front lawn? But that was the very next day. She said, "Oh, strike that from the evidence or whatever." So
And wasn't the rock discolored as well?
It was kind of, it had a brown tint to it, and it looked like it was some kind of blood or something was on it. But once again, they told us to strike it from. So I didn't even put that into my process of even when we went in there to deliberate or anything.
Now, talk a little bit about the weather that night. Now, everybody that's followed the case, we've seen some of the surveillance video or the crime scene video, and it looks like a torrential snowstorm. But you're saying that snow didn't really get heavy until, early in the morning while O'Keefe's body was out there, or after that, rather.
Yeah, when the meteorologist came and he said the snow, at the time he got hit, it was like supposed to be 0.2, and then probably at 3 o'clock it was supposed to be 0.3, and then the accumulation really got up to like around 4:30, 5 o'clock, where the heavy snow started coming down at like 2 inches at a time or whatever, and then the snow stopped at around like 7 o'clock, around like 7:45 or something like that at night. I mean, in the morning, after the body was already taken away. So it was still snowing when the body was there and everything. But the body's temperature was 80 degrees when they found him.
Okay, and what did that tell you?
That told me that body wasn't there. At the time, it wasn't there for 6 hours. It was no way it was there for 6 hours, because even with the wind chill factor was the wind was 30 miles an hour, and the wind was 30 miles an hour, but it was 27 degrees outside, and for frostbite to settle in, it only takes a half an hour after if it's under a certain degree, if the wind is under the 32 degrees or something like that. So he had no frostbite on his hands. He was fine. And he didn't die from hypothermia. So
it's your belief that the body was placed there after John O'Keefe was killed?
I believe so. I believe so. But that didn't come until like after the trial and me looking at so many different videos and everything else and putting that together. But during the trial, I just was waiting and just looking for that aha moment, and there was none to make her guilty at all. It was just always like, oh, that witness sucked. So it was like, okay, oh, that's a lie. That's a lie. And it was just witness after witness after witness. And the only credible person I could say was probably Mrs. O'Keefe.
I was just going to mention that, right? So, you know, we can't lose sight here that John O'Keefe was killed, a Boston police officer, and Peggy O'Keefe, John's mother, took the stand, and it was the first time that she had ever spoken in public. Do you kind of remember what she said or what the impact her words had on the jury?
I can't really remember what she said, but it was just the feel of the mother being up there and just trying to, she was broken up already trying to even talk about her daughter who passed and also her son-in-law who passed away, and then seeing her really break down when she's talking about John. And I still had to hold myself together and understand, like, hey, I'm just gonna go with the evidence still. I know I want justice for this mother, but at the same time, also need justice for if this woman is not the person that killed him. So I still went along slowly but surely. Nothing still gave me that aha moment till the end of the trial. So
you talk a little bit about the witnesses here. In early May, you and the jury listened to several angry voicemails that Karen Reed left for John O'Keefe. So you're getting to hear Karen Reed herself, even though she wasn't put on the witness stand. You know, she said, "John, I effing hate you." Did hearing, you know, the vitriol in her voice shape your opinion of her anyway?
Well, I listened to all the text messages in the chat, whatever it was.
Text from Karen to John,
Karen
correct?
to John, and even if you look at it, it's like how many people here have boyfriends and you pissed off at them and you don't know what they're doing or whatever, and you leave those text messages. A lot of y'all could be put up for murder then if it's like that, but it was not. It's just a woman that's trying to find out. Even with the earlier text, it's just a woman just trying to find out where she stands in the relationship. And even she was yelling, screaming, whatever it was just her being upset. It wasn't really necessarily her being jealous or anything like that. There was a lot of shady stuff going on. He didn't come back out the house. She was pissed. She had to go to the bathroom, so she went home.
What was her demeanor in the courtroom itself? You got to see her every day. How did you think she held up during the trial?
Well, she had this consistent snarl and look at each witness. And I just was like, in the beginning of the trial, I was like, I got to figure out what that face really means. I work with kids every day, that at-risk kids, and you don't get to see their true face, and you got to break all these layers to get even a piece of who they are or whatever it is. So I was looking for what did that face mean, and why did she look at all these people this way? And then it came to my realization, like, because she's like, y'all fucking lying to me. Y'all lying to me. Y'all lying to me. Y'all lying about me and everything. So it was just a person that was just fed up with everybody lying to her or about her and stuff. So then I was just, once again, I just went with whatever evidence Brendan was trying to present and everything, so.
And, you know, there was a piece of evidence that you thought Hank Brennan, the special prosecutor, had talked about, but you kind of didn't think that was accurate, some of the stuff he was talking about.
Well, that was kind of towards the end of the trial when he, was it Wolf? I think it was Wolf, he was up there, and from ARCA, and he showed him the shirt after we went and seen the video of how—
And this is the shirt that O'Keefe was wearing?
His hoodie that he was wearing, and the extra holes in the back, but it really was from the forensic person that was getting pieces of his hoodie. That's what it ended up to be. But when it actually initially happened, we was called to go back for a recess, and then I didn't know until like probably a couple of months ago that Lassie, he was trying to get a mistrial off of it because of how egregious it was and how he was trying to taint the jury pool and everything. So didn't know that until afterwards, but already after that point that we had to come back into court and then him have to apologize that this wasn't evidence. It was a medical examiner cutting it and trying to figure it out.
So he apologized to the jury?
Yes. So
let's go back to April 2025. Key witness Jen McCabe takes the stand. She's questioned about her Google search, which is how long to die in the cold. Did you find her testimony credible?
How long?
How long? Thank you.
How long, not how long. See, he paid attention.
I mean, even with Whiffen, when he did his whole thing about the Celebrite and everything with the phone, oh, if you bring up something, it's gonna be from there, whatever. But yet and still he didn't say definitively that it couldn't be. And I was like, no one's given me still solid evidence. And I'm like, if he was like, yeah, this is when it happened, this is what happened, yeah, I would have been like, okay, that's one strike, but this still wasn't a strike because himself, just like so many other experts, couldn't even say that she hit him with the car. So.
Now, was there anything else that Jen McCabe said while she was testifying that you found to be curious?
Oh, well, a lot of her
Give me your
stuff.
top three.
She lied to the agency, FBI.
And how did you find out about that?
That I found out right then, because they were saying they wouldn't say FBI, they would say agency, and not slow. I understood what other agency would be investigating this case. So I was like, okay, agency. And she automatically said, what was it? Oh, I didn't know who was there or something. She was trying to, and she said her explanation was, I didn't get to brush my teeth, I just woke up, and all this other stuff. And I was like, I could use that? Does that work? And when you're talking to the FBI, I was like, okay, I see. But again, then how Jackson kind of,
the defense attorney, Alan Jackson.
He led her on the path like she was being able to tell the truth and everything, and then got her again, because she started with, when you went back into the house, and did you talk to anyone? And she was like, no, I only talked to 3 people. And he was like, only 3 people? And then she's like, yes, it was only 3 people. And then she recanted her story again, saying, and Jackson was like, but it was 5. And didn't you call your husband? And then she also called Proctor or whatever. And I was like, oh, that's another strike. All right. So the case was leaning one way, and it kept on leaning one way, and up until the very end. So.
Did the jurors find it curious that nobody inside the house on Fairview came outside while you had a host of police officers attending the body of John O'Keefe?
Not initially. When we was deliberating, yes, we all found like it was very odd that no one went into the house and no one was able to even any pictures of the garage, any pictures of the door of the garage, any of it, we was not privy to looking at, talking about, or anything. So
what you were privy to, and what the observers of the case outside the courtroom weren't, were the actual crime scene and autopsy photos. Can you talk a little bit about the condition of John O'Keefe's body when you saw those photos?
Well, initially I was like, let me hear from the forensic person who worked on his body afterwards. Even she said there was inconclusive evidence that he was hit by a car. And I was like, okay. And then you look at his arm and the 32 abrasions on the arm, but only 9 entries in the sweater. So it's like, what are we doing here? Like, how are you supposed to have 32 pieces of shattered tail light go through nine holes and make all those scratches and stuff? So it was like, okay. And then Chloe. So
yeah, let's talk about Chloe the dog for a moment. First of all, this dog or missing dog now rivals Stephen King's Cujo as the most terrifying pet in American history. Karen Reed's attorneys argued that the injuries to O'Keefe's arms were consistent with dog bites. A defense witness, Dr. Marie Russell, said that was the case. Did the jury believe her testimony?
We were still on the fence with the dog. Well, not the dog bites, more or less, because they was going back and forth. Is she a credible witness or whatever? It was like, I don't even have to lean on the dog bites or anything. All the other evidence and everything else is already telling the true story. So.
Damn it, I'm muted again. I just want to say there was so much depth to what he thought about the case. I can't add any commentary that would add to, take away from. I mean, I can't criticize the guy. I can't add anything to it. Like, he just covered everything just so well, which is why I'm just letting it play out. It was a fabulous interview, and it was good to just let him go with the flow. But he says everything that we were all thinking, right? I don't think a lot of this is news to anyone who is following.
And basically, with the dog bites, is like, what happened to the dog? Where's the dog at? Why didn't we someone go and figure out with forensics of the teeth and everything? And none of that was able because they didn't get rid of it. They rehoused the dog. So.
And that was just basically right after O'Keefe's death, correct?
From what I heard, the daughter took the dog and whatever, and they got rehoused twice. So, and then they changed the dog's name also.
Witness protection for pets, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Now, one witness that you didn't hear from in the second trial was Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor. Now, we all heard him in the first trial recite those horrible text messages about her. In the second trial, his sergeant testified, and that got pretty intense. Do you feel that the defense's assertion of police corruption in this case, both from the Canton police and the state police, was accurate and warranted?
Very accurate. At the time, I was open-minded. I was willing to listen to both sides. If she hit him, or if there is corruption, and then the corruption outweighed her hitting him with the car. So it was kind of like any of us going to trial, and you had all those evidence and everything else. Yeah, we're going to jail. It's just that simple.
So you think it was police officers protecting police officers in this case?
Oh, for sure. All up and down the whole thing. So, and it's kind of sad, but it's true. But you got to think about it. They're protecting their brothers, and they're willing to do whatever to protect their brothers.
That gets me to my next point here. I want to talk about your opinion of former Boston police officer Kelly Dever. She's the former Canton police officer.
No, Dever.
Oh, Dever, I'm sorry. Thank you very much. Thank you.
She'll jump on you on that one.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. She's the former Canton PD officer who recanted her claim that she saw ATF agent Brian Higgins spending a lot of time with Reed's SUV in the Sally Port garage. Talk a little bit about her testimony and what that revealed to you and the rest of the jurors.
Well, we already seen the video of the Sally Port, and then to hear her testimony, it was just like, oh, here we go. It matched perfectly for corruption. Not even corruption, just witness evidence tampering.
So the video, in your opinion, was manipulated?
Well, the video was definitely manipulated because if you look at the video that they showed us in court, it started at like 5:15 and then it jumped to 5:50. And I was like, so where's the rest of the video? And that was like, I was like, okay. And they didn't say anything else about it. And we moved on with the trial, and then we hear Dever. And I was like, oh, so now this makes more sense and everything. And now I don't really have to put two and two together. Here it is.
And then Dever gets up on the stand and claims that that was all a false memory.
Yes, a false memory, because she spoke to an agency and they told her that it was a false memory, so you don't have to testify to that. And that she left at 3:45. And she wasn't even there at the time that they was supposedly in the Sally Port. But if you was doing overtime, anyone could fix your timesheet if they really wanted to, but here nor there. But
now, she eventually transferred to the Boston Police Department, and it was reported that before her testimony, Boston Police Commissioner Michael Cox told her, quote, "Do the right thing." What do you think he meant by that?
That could mean one or two things. One, do the right thing for your brothers, or do the right thing and just say what it is and take the heat for whatever happens afterwards. In which she did the right thing for her brothers.
That's what you thought?
I think she thought she was doing the right thing for her brothers, but in the end, she messed up her own self.
Now, she later resigned. And before that, though, Reed's attorney, Alan Jackson, who we've been talking about, petitioned to have her placed on the Brady list. Now, the Brady list is a compilation of law enforcement officers with credibility issues when it comes to testifying in court. Do you think that, and then he later asked that, most of the Boston police officers be put on the Brady list. How do you think he was overreaching there, or is that a serious problem?
Well, yeah, he wasn't reaching. It's the truth, because even when Cox got interviewed later, he denied it, that he even knew about the case. I knew little about the case and everything, but who doesn't know about the case? After the second trial, like, who doesn't know about this case? So it just was also... It was
the biggest case in America. How could you not know about this case?
And so that was another thing, like you could have just said, well, no comment. But you had to say, I didn't know nothing about the case. You would have cleared all this up with saying no comment. But he wanted no parts of it. So that's what I kind of picked up on. So
both sides finally rest their case. They give their closing arguments, and deliberations begin on June 16th. Take us inside the jury room. Talk about a little bit about the evidence that the panel had to weigh the most with regard to the guilt or innocence of Karen Reed.
So when we got in there on Friday, it was Friday afternoon, and it was around like 2:30, and one of the other jurors had to leave at 4, so it wasn't much time to really deliberate. And then we have this room full of evidence that's been compiled over so many years, and now we're supposed to figure it out. So I'm like, wow. So we focused on everybody wanted to touch the tail light. We all got to touch the tail light and look at the tail light and see how it was tampered and everything with. And we all came to the conclusion was like, yeah, this is way different than the tail light we've seen.
That's going to stick in my head now. Wonderful.
The ARCA report, and their speed was 27 miles an hour, and hers supposedly speed was 24 miles an hour. And it was like, why is there way more damage to this one than the 27 miles per hour one? And we was just like, and the first day we did not take a vote, but on Monday we took a vote. And
did any of the jurors think that it was plausible that Karen Reed did hit John O'Keefe with her car?
There was several ones that wanted to dive more deeply into the evidence to answer their questions. And there was like 3 of them that one was there was particles on the clothing, and how did that particle on the clothing get there versus from the taillight and everything. And I was like, if you really look at it and if you think about it, everything was in process for 6 months. How do you have a police officer's clothes that just was murdered and you don't process it right away? You took 6 months to process his clothes. When we looked at the paper bag, it said June 11th or something or June 12th. And I'm like, 6 months later? I was like, right there, if you already have mysteriously 42 pieces of taillight, and now you don't think someone could break up a couple of little pieces and sprinkle it on clothing to make sure it corroborates with the evidence that's going on with it, whatever. And after some time, that juror was like, you're right. So then the next piece was, the next juror that was upset was the one with, she wanted to know when was the first piece found. And I was like, oh, okay. So we went through video footage and we tried to go into evidence, but the first piece wasn't found until 5:50. So she was like, oh, it's not found until 5:50. And she's like, well, when was the car in the Sally Port? The car was in the Sally Port at 5:39. But I think it was in there earlier than that. But it was at 5:39, and it only took 3 minutes to get from the police station to Fairview. So that's more than enough time to plant a piece of evidence.
So June 18th, 2025, it's the 4th day of deliberations. You finally reach your verdict. What was the mood inside the jury room and the courtroom when that verdict was announced?
Oh, it was heavy, because at one thing
Shit, I keep forgetting the mute button. This is something I want to point out, because the Gretchen Boss video that was just published, the Gretchen Boss article that was just published, she goes into detail about the jury having said things that they probably shouldn't have known during deliberations in trial 1.0. And it's completely the opposite to what this jury is saying, because they didn't have control over this jury. Auntie Bev, who Scott McGuinness is giving us a history lesson on. Hey, Scotty. Auntie Bev essentially got caught out fixing the jury during trial 1.0. She was doing it very discreetly and with at least plausible deniability, and in fact wrote a whole fucking big motion about denying it. But at the same time, we know that at least one of those jurors was compromised in the first trial. And that's who Gretchen Voss interviewed in that article she just wrote. But what it did was it actually exposed that those particular it exposed that the one juror that we think was compromised was actually telling the other jurors shit they shouldn't have known during trial. So that's what Gretchen Voss did on her own. No one told her she should write that. She just went, Gee, I got a brainwave. How about I tell everybody the jury was fixed in trial 1.0? But anyway, this is an important part to listen to, because this is what an honest jury should be sounding like. You shouldn't be hearing a jury peddling the prosecution or the defense's angle on anything. You should be hearing a jury saying how they processed what they were shown. And that's what you get from Charlie here.
I didn't want to like give this exciting not guilty, and then to see moms and brother and the dad over there, and
so you were thinking about the victims too.
And I was like, I'm not just gonna. I know this is definitely a celebration for Karen, but at the same time, this is heartbreaking for a mother. Now I don't even have a person to blame for all this misfortune in my life, but it was just like, so I went there and I was trying to be monotone when I gave out the verdict of not guilty. But even when that happened, I mean, it was intense, because before I got to the last not guilty, the crowd erupted. It was already cheering like it was a basketball stadium outside and everything. And I was like, oh, and we was asked a couple of more questions, and so say you, and then he asked us we went to the, back to where we deliberated, and there was several people crying, and there was just a kind of overwhelming feel in the room, so.
So a few days after that verdict, Special Prosecutor Hank Brennan said flat out that you got the verdict wrong, saying that your decision threatened the integrity of our judicial system. What would you say to Hank Brennan if he were in this audience today?
No, we didn't get it wrong. You just didn't have the right evidence, and you didn't have the right witnesses that could convict her. And that's really what it was. And the integrity, it's already been tainted a long time ago with all the police officers and all the text messages and everything else. That's what shreds the integrity. So
this case is far from over, and its ripple effects continue to spread. First, disgraced trooper Michael Proctor tried to get his job back, then gave up his fight after thousands of disturbing texts were found on his cell phone relating to other cases.
So that's all I need to show you guys, just his basic understanding of what was going on there, how he processed the information he was given, how much of what he's saying completely contradicts what Gretchen Voss published and what the antis, we call the pro McAlberts on the internet, we call them the antis. I don't even know who coined that. It just became a thing, we called them all. But essentially, the stuff that they still carry on with today, they act like this is all made up, that it's somehow Charlie de LaRoche saw, I don't know, Turtle Boy videos and made up his mind before he was appointed as a juror. I don't know what they're trying to say, because they came at literally everyone, but mostly him and this other lady who was on this jury, who she's I forget what country, she's Brazilian, I think she was Brazilian. Well, she was also a lawyer from Brazil. So she's not practicing in America, but she is a lawyer from Brazil living in America. And then him, and they attacked them because they're foreigners. And the things they said about Charlie de LaRoche was like pretty much in line with, Proctor's texts. So, we all got basically the idea that they were only going after the jurors who were not white, basically. But anyway, it was really important to understand how he processed it. When you get to the jury stage, it doesn't matter if it's civil or criminal, but when you get to the jury stage, you're not supposed to have control over what they're thinking about protests or what's going on outside the courtroom or whether or not there's a fucking jumpy castle. You're not supposed to be processing that stuff if you're a jury. You're not supposed to be telling your wife or your wife telling you people talk about Aidan Carney during trial. All of that's like not supposed to happen in a trial. So that was just one of the things I wanted to cover with Karen Read stuff. And just so you all know, I'm probably going to have to combine a bit of Karen Read stuff and a bit of Reckless Ben stuff because the YouTube algorithm is not cooperating with me at the moment. Most of my audience has joined since I started doing the Karen Read stuff. We had a small audience that just like knew me before the Karen Read stuff. So YouTube's only feeding them, you know, putting my videos in front of them if it's got Karen Read in it. So I apologize if I'm mixing it up like this, but there are a lot of like story arcs that join the two cases together. And the main thing that I see happening is the abusers in both cases, the people who are doing the abusing, are pretending that they are victims. That to me, that's the joining story arc between the two stories. In the Reckless Ben case, we've got Reckless Ben as the person who broke the news, exposed the lies, exposed everything, put it out there for the public to see. And then in the Karen Read case, we've got Turtle Boy, and he's Aidan Carney. He's the person who put the Karen Read case out there and put that in front of everybody's eyes and pointed out the contradictions and the corruption and whatever. So in both cases, they're both being punished for putting this information in front of us. In both cases, the organic groundswell is being downplayed as something to do with, I don't know, making YouTube money. I don't know how they think YouTube works, but I can't even get my freaking videos in front of people like, hello, how do they think this works? They just put a public interest case in front of people and people took notice. That's all they did. Neither of them are bad characters or bad actors. I see people saying things about Ben because they don't trust Ben. Well, here's what I've got to say to you. When you watched Star Wars the movie, who did you support or vouch for? Was it the I can't think of the word for some reason. What's the word I'm after? Was it the people who were fighting the bad guys? Were you on their side or were you on the resistance is what I was thinking. Sorry. Who did you back? The resistance or the bad guys who had all the power and were trying to do all the bad stuff? When we look at Game of Thrones, who did you back in the Game of Thrones? Obviously the resistance. When you look at what was the one that Katniss was in? I forget the names of all these movies for some reason. They've just popped out of my head. The movie that Katniss was in, did we back Katniss? Katniss was out there doing the same things that the people she was competing against were doing, but she was winning. So to say, well, you know, Ben's dirty player, he did this, he did that. Well, even saying the same thing about Aidan Carney, that isn't what the audience cares about. This isn't what we are moving organically to shed a light on. We're going with the good guys. You know what I mean? Hunger Games. Thank you, Rachel. That was Katniss. But yeah, I mean, there's a whole bunch of movies where that is the that's the objective of the movie maker. You know, whose side are you going to vouch for? So if you're out there going, you know, oh, but you know, Ben's not exactly a nice guy, or Aidan Carney's not exactly a nice guy, that isn't the fucking point. All right, they used the same tactics that were being played on them in reverse, but so did Katniss, so did Luke Skywalker, right? So did So did, I'm trying to think of who the good guys were in Game of Thrones. There were so many characters and it was hard to follow who was the good guys and who wasn't at some stages through that thing. But anyway, and even now it's carrying on. They've switched who the good guys are. So this is probably a bad example. But anyway, it's because people genuinely do feel that the rebellion and the standing up to power, the misuse of power, people stand behind that. It's nothing to do with Ben or Turtle Boy. It's to do with those very base things that we understand to be part of our society. So so that's what I wanted to try and point out today, was just how those two things, even though YouTube's too stupid to get it, how those two stories have a similar story arc, and how people are judging Reckless Ben because of the way he did his videos. People are also judging Aiden Carney because of the way he did his videos and the tactics he tried to get the story out there. It's the same thing. It really has nothing. Sammy did a great live about this. Yes, that's good. That's awesome. I only have one Sammy video I haven't watched, so it must be that one. Because I usually watch all of them. I've just been so busy lately. So is she. I don't even know how she freaking does all these videos in amongst like studies and exams and everything she's got going on. So that is all I have for you today. We're up to 4 hours. It's time to knock it off. So hopefully you understand why I'm trying to mix the two stories together. I need to get the YouTube algorithm like cooperating somehow. But I'm also going to try and do this a little bit of the old-fashioned way, which I feel like we drummed up a little bit of support tonight to get that old-fashioned way rolling, so I don't need to rely on YouTube so much. You'll get the eyes on tomorrow's video. Big news tomorrow. Big reveal that a lot of people didn't even know existed out there. It has always existed out there. I just stumbled across it while I was actually making you guys an educational video about the metadata timestamps, as Ben would call them. And I stumbled across stuff that I just didn't realize that was there. It's always been there. It's been there since CoffeeZilla got the same material. In fact, I downloaded his materials. It was all there. So we just didn't dig far enough to see it. So that's what tomorrow's show is about. What did I find? How did I find it? Spread the word to everybody to make sure that we get eyeballs on tomorrow's show. Hopefully it's going to be breaking news, and I will catch up with you all. Thank you to everybody who joined the stream. What time is the reveal tomorrow? I don't know. Well, you're in Australia, Wonder, so you're going to be around the same time as me, around 10 a.m. I don't know what state you're in. But just go check out the live stream list on my channel and you'll see it there, and then view it so you can see what time it is in your local state or country. So it's 10 a.m. Australia, all right, which is, I think, like 5 p.m. PST, and then maybe 6 p.m. I can't remember all the freaking time zones. I'm sorry, guys. Just go look at the video. It'll tell you in your local time. Okay. Remember, you all learnt this on my videos with Uncle Bev doing stupid shit with the Aiden Carney posts. We talked about how your browser gives you your local time. Go and look at the live tab on my channel and it will tell you in your local time. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Mark Nemke. I appreciate your support. I see you've added me on X as well. Love you guys. Oh, let me just shout out. Hang on. Michelle for the gifted memberships. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. And also Goldfish. Join Boney Ass Level, Scott McGuinness. Hang on. Where were the gifted ones? Hang on. Who gifted them? It's not telling me who gifted them. Whoever gifted them. Pet Goldfish gifted 5 memberships. There you go. And Michelle. Appreciate you guys. Thank you to the super chatters as well. That will go a long way towards nails for my house. Love you guys. Be good. And I will talk to you again